You guys hear me? Test, test. All right, there we go. Morning, guys. Pretty balanced morning. Uppy chuppy. Yeah. Hmm. This POC shift on Russell could be interesting. We've got room to 104.20 if it can continue to hold this.
According to Kommersant, Russia's Lavrov will not take part in talks in Istanbul.
It's interesting the divergence with ES holding POC as resistance right now and Russell holding as supportive. But we've got NQ VWAP on the 15-minute as supportive. Hmm. Let me look at our what's up, what's down. China's up, tech's up. That's about it. Everything else is selling. Banks are selling. Industrials are selling. Consumer staples are selling. Real estate is selling. Energy is selling. Healthcare is selling. Utilities are selling. Gold is selling. So you are in a tech heavy market right now, which is it's okay to have that. But if these tech names flip, the market dies. Let's look at XLK specifically and see if we can figure out what's leading this. What is the most strength? God, I hate the new. How do I use this now? Um, Open list. Wow. Okay, this is awful. Like, look at like how mixed XLK is. Hello. AMD up 5% while Apple's down. Mm, interesting. Okay. Let's check on B. And UNH. All right, another bounce off our NQ 15-minute view up there. Russell POC still holding a supportive. ES looking over again. Let's see what we can do here. Trying to recover our previous day value high on NQ. Basically just looks like we're trading between our view up and our deviation, and everything that above just looks like a bit of an outlier we create, and then we rotate back down. Right, but we'll see. I think that there's probably room up to that huge volume on NQ up at 370. It's like in pretty tight balance. But once this breaks, it should be a huge move. Jeez. There's a crazy volume on that opening candle at 370. Wow. Um, just our magnet at our 370 here. Unsure if we go higher. There's a shitload of volume up there. Just expect us to hit our heads on it. Yeah, at that 370. Oh, he's not in voice. Well, he came to the same answer as me. The wicks on the ES15 are crazy. I guess they're pretty similar on NQ. It's crazy that you had like a 15-minute candle that went to 400, 405, and then the next candle went down to 270. What the hell? Some whiplash.
According to the Financial Times, VTech are to move all US-bound production out of China. VTech plans to shift production to Malaysia, Mexico, and Germany.
We want buyers to maintain 45.50 on NQ, and we need to get over 70s for upside. If that 45.50, 350, 345, 350 does not hold, should expect a full range rotation. But if we can get over 70s in bid with us holding 45 to 50, we can probably trace up to that wick high up at like 400. Just giving it a minute. Some two-sided trading here. RTY starting to diverge.
We have posted out the FT piece on the feed for those
40
interested.
seconds till new 15s. New 15s opened, testing into our 45.50 area. See if we can continue to hold this. or if it flips. Watching Russell into our low. This is ES retesting POC here. First time after flip, supportive. Russell into our low, and us trying to find this liquidity into our 45s on NQ. See if we can do it, or if these pivots fail. Again, this is ES halfway back in POC, Russell value low, and then NQ into this LVN. We want to find liquidity very quickly here, or we will fall through this range. So we're looking for everything to either find a higher low here, or again, we'll trade the range. Let's wait for these things to bid. What's up, Visionary? Not finding that bottom that we needed on ES and RTY. NQ still fighting for it, but not looking great so far. Look below value on RTY. Should expect a bit of a bid here into 30s, and then let's see if we can get a retest into where we wanted support to be, into that 45.50, if we're not just going to fully do the balance fill now on NQ off of the failure there. I'd love to see a retest and reoffer, and then a rejection for the actual leg continuation. There's a big chance that we can just, off of that failure, we just rotate straight down. But I'd like to see the reoffer because I don't want to trade this balance again. So just give it a second. Don't be worried about missing a trade here or taking a couple stops. Once this balance breaks, we'll get a huge move, and then it'll be worth playing the retest. Right now, it's just a simple balance, right? But the break of the balance will be huge. Just backdoor 15-minute view up here. End of these lows. Not expecting this to play. I think that we this balance is done, but we want to see a very clear offer and then hold on retest on the break of the balance. So just watch for the offer, and then let's play that. Hmm. I think we have one more leg up. Retest POC on NQ in our day open. But our most bearish hold and offer would be at 300 itself, just like yesterday on the flip. So if this 300 holds, that's really bearish to me. This was a huge pivot for us yesterday, where we flipped for that rotation down here in offer. So that's, you want to really keep in mind that this level here, because this is where we rotated down. But I do believe that we'll come up a bit higher into this like 22 to 35. It's 20 to 35. And then let's watch for an offer there. All right, let's see what happens as we push into this. This is POC retest on NQ. Watching our ES edge on the 900 and Russell. We've got a bit more room as well. Just want to see if we can hold this or if this is going to act as our pivot on our day open and POC. ES into our value edge, watching to see if this holds as resistance as we retest or if we flip again. I'm not too convinced on the flip. I think this offer will hold as we push into these. But we gotta wait and see first. I think you're just waiting on RTY to find a high. think we're just waiting on this RTY look. Yeah, that's where I'm looking. Like yes into 908, same time. Then Russell's just retesting our seller here into 50s. $50 till new 15s. Still just in balance. Yeah, I mean, ideally you'd see the offer at 350 for the lower high, but I mean, you have room. Technically, there's a seller from 350 to 370, so it doesn't really matter where in there, as long as it continues to absorb. That's still your top. But if it goes supportive, then we're good. But I'd expect our offer into 50 for that seller to initiate again. Sell feels a little less, a little more sus if we don't see a lower high. Right, like we've got this seller that's here at our 370, which we talked about is where our target was, but I would like to see this guy who initiated lower to initiate again here. Because if we come back up into this range again, the offer is a little, we gotta still wait for this 350 then again for the pushback down from if we look back in. So I'd like this guy to now be like, hey, I'm here. We've shifted our offer, right? Lower. But we gotta wait for Russell to find that lost momentum for this to really play. But 350 is really what I would want to see if this was going to be weak for that lower high. Yeah, because like if we step over POC at 56 and then our value high from our previous candle at 52, and it's like not as then we got to look higher first and trap above 70s for me. Like I either want to see like a very clear step down, or I want to see us look into this 70 to 80, absorb there, trap above these guys, and then we get the wait for that lower high. Where it's gonna feel a little awkward. So again, just see what happens on RTY as we come up into this. See if NQ can just kind of fizzle out here, or if we're gonna have to take out those highs first. Hmm. Alright, let's see if on this look above we trap. If 50s hold, again, I expect us to take out the highs on NQ. Russell into our pivot here. Very good hold on ES. I think our levels are pretty solid on ES. Watching our retest here into 50s. Let's see if this is just a look above and fail. Or if we can find this bid. RTY is still pushing, so no short on NQ as of yet. Holding our 50s as of right now on NQ as well. I expect 70s to get taken. just like we talked about off that flip. About 1 on this look over 70. Again, just like what we talked about, if 50s couldn't hold, we should take out highs. Also, a bit more room. As long as that's running, we've got room. We're attempting to absorb here again. A little look over 70s. Just watching to see if we get one more leg up on Russell for this balance rotation. Right? Can we recover this edge and then rotate up into these highs? It's kind of what I'm watching for. Got a really big balance up here that we traded earlier. So if we recover this value low edge, I expect this value high
Saudi
edge to be
Aramco
tested.
reports $90 billion worth of memorandum of understandings and pacts with US companies.
30 seconds to 15s, new 15s.
According to Automotive News, Nissan Way is moving center of production from Mexico to the US to avoid tariffs.
Russell retesting our edge. See if it's supportive for one more leg.
We have posted out the article from Automotive News. Again, Nissan is considering shifting center of production from Mexico to its underutilized factory in Mississippi, a supplier told Automotive News. The move would allow Nissan to avoid paying a 25% import tariff on its number 2 selling vehicle in the US. So fact sheet just confirming that Trump secures historic $1.2 trillion economic commitment in Qatar. So Aramco memorandum of understandings pacts include Amazon and Nvidia and ExxonMobil.
NQ flat with this Russell push. I really just think we're testing to this value edge, and then we figure out what we do from there. It says ES into our ORH, into our 18 offer that's sitting there. If we continue to hold this like 60 to 70, probably retest into like 402, 400. If we don't just see a strong rejection here on Russell. Watching now. This is finally our target. The 97.
The White House says that Qatar plans to invest in the US over the next 5 years.
Too early to short. It just looks like a long to me until we get below 60s and offer. Russell starting to lead down off of our failure into target at 97s, top of range. But we need to see this break of our highs. think if you were gonna short, you can try it off the wick high for a rotation down to 65, 70, but I think that that's bid still. I think if we show any interest over 80s on close of a candle, we'll rotate up to that seller at 400. So it's a bit rough to try to short here. Because if RTY finds any bounce here, we just go up. I think this is just going to grind up to those wick highs if we find a bid.
Tesla shares extend gains, last up 4%.
20 seconds till new 15s. What's the setup at these levels? As long as 60 to 70 is holding, I think we probably are heading up to 400 on NQ. If we start to look back below with Russell leading down, and we show offers below 60 and hold that, probably a rotation back down to 340 first target, and then 310 for the reversion trade off another failure to break out of balance. So just waiting. Patience is the strategy right now. The whole thing right now is to get below these sellers and then see secondaries step in, right? We've got these guys that are here that we really want to see interest below, right? Because if we just continue to bounce here and then look up, we'll go up into these guys that are sitting here into this void, which is fine. But once we get up there, that's when things get a bit rough. But if Russell continues to fail here off of our target high, and we're now pushing down, we have to watch to see if a bid steps in here and then rotates us up, or if we can actually start to flip this and then rotate down off of it. If RTY starts to lead down, it will show weakness overall, and tech's mixed, right? And we really just want to see if how our buyers react. Like, are they flipping this? Are sellers going to step in below? This is, to me, like, what matters. ES is just holding our 30-second opening range high, right? Like, there's nothing really here until we see that acceptance above, or we're just going to rotate between this high and this low until we figure out and make a decision on either a retest and hold above or a retest and hold below. So ES, again, bouncing our low, back into our high. NQ still trying to bid the 70 off the flip. Need to get back over this, just following our pathing, or fail, right? Russell finding our low still here, no change. We're just trying to accumulate above where these sellers were absorbing before. Right, we're trying to hold these where this seller absorbed. We're now trying to flip and hold. What happens if we fail this and we look back in? Do we understand the logic here? If we look on the 15, right, this would be a failure to get to hold this balance high, and then we can look for rotations back down into this range. But if this can hold, that's awesome, right? Then we can look up. So it's really just what happens here at this pivot, and can we flip where this absorption occurred? That led to this huge wick low, right, off this absorption here. But again, if this can hold, looks fine, looks good. Just got to be patient. 10 points of risk right now, right? 60 to 70. So what are we seeing on footprint here? We're still taking in sellers in the 60 to 70, right? No change as of yet. We need to see this step below and start to actually hold that as resistance for any shorts. This is why I said there's no short for me until we see that look below and hold, because we can see them taking it in, right? It's a flip of that absorption from sellers absorbing buyers to now buyers absorbing sellers. And we got to see that flip below for that aggressive rotation back through our balance. Another hold of our 60 to 70. If you're longing off of that with your 10 points of risk, there's no change. Russell still maintaining where it needs to. ES still maintaining where it needs to, just chopping in its 30-second opening range. This has to be your first risk off into 83. Just very clear. If we can start to bid above, then we should go to 400, I think. But we got to get through this offer. Mm-hmm. 40 seconds till new 15s. NQ still stuck here. Watching Russell as we come back up into our highs here. Probably bid 94.8 into new 15s and then watch to see how momentum is again into this top edge. If it fails again, could be our potential signal that sell side is going to win this out, and we're gonna have to look below first before we can look up for a decision to be made. Right, just an exhaustion from buyers on multiple attempts to look above and fail. Just gonna wait on that. I'm long from 60 to 70, but if we fail at our RTY highs again, I could see this doing another oscillation. I think for shorts, you're going to get an opportunity where we find this bounce here into our AVWAP, and then we'll offer this, and that'll offer a really nice look down if it does ever fail. So I'm not too worried about missing out on a short trade because I think that setup's pretty clear into this liquidity here. Right? We look at it, and then this is either going to like be a very clear recovery if we ever look below, and then bounce off of our 70s on a recovery, right? Just so we look for this liquidity into this, and then we'll either see a recovery and then a new high is taken from these guys who will be trapped down here, or we'll see a very clear shift where this will become a resistance from any look of this liquidity and then a rotation down, right? So it'll give us a really nice opportunity playing off of this from the opposite direction if it ever does fail. That's kind of my thesis right now of why you don't need to be worried. And as long as you're just looking for bids here and for these sellers to be absorbed like we've been continuing to see on Footprint, any step over here and excitement from buyers, we really just want to see this taken, and then we can come up into this value high up here into 400 off this candle just to fill this void that's here. So again, we are attempting with all our might to shift balance, right? Shift value above our balance high here from this huge accumulation that we saw, right? Or a consolidation, I guess, whatever you want to call it, in this range. And we are trying to shift this pivot. A failure here should result in a very nice rotation through, right? But you can't short it until you see it. Right now, it is still acting as supportive, and we are seeing those sellers being absorbed. So, like, there's not much you can really do with it. You got to play it in the direction that it's holding until we see the flip. It is what it is. All right, Russell coming up into our highs. Yes, into our ORH again. And NQ into our offer here. So let's see what happens if we lose momentum or if we actually are able to break out of the structure. I took 2 contracts off into this. So this trade is now free. My stop is sitting at 56 below. So I have $200 of potential loss here, but because I've taken 2 contracts off, this trade is profitable regardless of what happens, even if I get stopped out below my my average. And then we just let it play. Huge. Here's your pop. What do you mean by that, Alejandro? Like the margin requirements or like the notional value? Like what are you asking? It depends on the brokerage. But margin values have gone down quite a bit from what they used to be. So you can trade minis with a pretty small account now on a lot of platforms. I don't recommend it doing it on a small account. You might as well just trade micros. But before you'd have to have a decent amount of liquidity. Now they're quite cheap. Like before, you'd have to have like 18K in your account to trade a contract. Now you can have like 2K, not even. I think you'd have like 500 in trade of 8 to trade a micro or a mini. 500. You should not be trading 500. $500 to trade 2 minis is crazy. You're gonna liquidate your account in like one bad trade. But there are contracts called micros that you could trade very easily, and you could have a decent amount of success with that. Let me look up the margin requirements for trade of 8. Yeah, so you could trade minis with $500 on Trade of 8, but I do not recommend it because you're gonna blow up that account like immediately. There's no reason not to just trade micros. Your day trade margins are way less compared to your overnight. Overnight requires like basically full. You need like, I don't know, 12K to hold one mini overnight, I believe. Whereas like during the day, I think like $500 will do. The requirements go crazy at night because the risk is so much higher. But again, like there's no like you could easily what I'd recommend with a $500 account is to trade 1 or 2 micros until you build that account up to like I don't know 5K, and then from there you could probably trade 1 mini. But what I would do instead of trading 1 mini is I would just trade 10 micros so that you have the ability to risk off and risk on. You don't have to be exactly correct on every single one of your trades. Yeah, especially if you're scalping, there's no reason to trade 1 to 2 contracts when you could trade 10 to 20 micros, right? And have the ability to scale. But yeah, just whatever platform you are planning on trading on, look up their requirements because most of them are different. I'm personally flat into these highs, but there's potential if you have the ability to hold a runner to go higher if we can build above this 400. I'll just play a secondary move. But we did exactly what we wanted, which is hold our 60 to 70 and then rotate up to this seller here, filling our void, right? So if we show interest above this, then we get our secondary leg. Other than that, not a ton to really play off of here. Just waiting. You're either in a runner from our very clear pivot at 60 to 70 off the flip, or you're flat into these known highs. Now we just wait. But pretty easy trade as long as you're willing to have 10 points of risk, like I talked about. And I don't think there's anything wrong with holding a runner. There's probably like a 50% chance that it comes back onto us into that 60 to 70, but I think the chance of us completely failing is like 20% below. Right, we can definitely see sellers try here again to load the boat, making these guys offsides above, and then that would give us a rotation through, but I don't think that is a short as of yet. I just want to be risked off because we were playing off of this pivot for a look into these highs. So like my trade is now complete. If we get more, it should be a lot more, right? So I'm fine taking profit and we just wait it out, especially if Russell can start to build above. We've got another leg. But as of right now, I kind of just see this as sell side reloading into our highs. And it's a waiting game now to see what they do with this, right? We can think of these guys as potentially offsides here above our little range that we just built out between this 80 and this 60. And now we're testing our edge, right? So what happens here into this edge? Are we able to find a bid for a continuation, or is this going to trap these guys and then give us our rotation through? Regardless of what happens here, we should have at least a secondary opportunity to get back in, right? We understand how balance works. If these guys are trapped at our highs, we should expect liquidity to be found here regardless for at least a little relief. And then we watch for a lower high into this edge again as resistance. And then that would lead to your secondary leg down. And then we can figure out what we want to do, either a recovery and bid and push up, or our rotation lower and then a continuation down. So I'm not too worried. Because there will be multiple opportunities to get into a downside trade if this ever fails. Right now, it's just a slow grind up through the seller into these wick highs while we wait for ES and RTY to figure out what they want to do. Any questions about what I just said, or does that make sense? Understanding how we trade balance. Based on the historical pattern, around what time frame do we expect there to be a pivot into the acceptance or rejection zone? Don't know if I understand your question. Based on the historical pattern, around what time zone? For the potential break? Is that what you're referring to? I mean, as long as we're continuing to hold this 60 to 70 and Russell is able to hold these highs and we can see any sort of interest on ES, we will go higher, right? Like we are on a higher time frame accepting this pivot break. I can't give you the exact time in which said move is going to happen. That's why you kind of just have to hold a runner because this is a slow grindy market. So I can't really give you the answer that you're wanting, but I would say probably if I had to guess, we get a decision in 13 minutes on the new 15. That'll be your new 30 as well. Like we're just in balance right now, right? So this is your reoffer of our edge from the look below, following our pathing for the balance play, with our POC holding its resistance above us at 90. I think I get what you're saying. Nice, good job, Julian. Yeah, still using it. I just have indicators off to keep charts clean because I think our action right now is pretty standard. So I didn't want it to be like way too much on screen when we have like very clear zones. But yeah, I've got PPZ on. So if you're short off of this high, 70 is your low edge, and we watch to see that bid there, and then we'll watch to see anything in here is just back to our 60 to 70 off this failure at our highs. We should be expecting a bid here into our value low as your first risk off if you are short off of this flip below. And we'll see if we get any sort of continuation. So we're just following our downside pathing right now, but this is still just balance. Got to look back above this pivot here for upside, trapping someone below, right? Basically, we just saw buy side failure. I'll explain it again. These guys offsides, right? All we did was fill this void here on our footprint into the supply. We filled it. We found that seller again. Yep, it is what it is. We then try to bid here at these lows. We fail on our edge from this range that we traded before. We accept back inside the range. We rotate through the range, right? As soon as this edge starts to fail, we see that very clear flip and offer, and we get our rotation back down to the low. From here, we expect a small bid. Sell side, what you're looking for is a lower high continuation from this bid to show acceptance that sell side is lowering the offer, lowering the offer, lowering the offer, lowering the offer, right? And if we can get that look below, then we'll look for that acceptance below the 60 to 70. But this has to be where you're looking for buyers. It just has to be. It's the same place we were looking for buyers last, right? We know that there's liquidity here. What we need to see is for these buyers to be like, I'm not so sure about this anymore. I would rather bid lower, right? We need to see a shift of value below here, or this is just going to remain as where you need to be risking off shorts. If we can start to look below and then we see that offer lower again into this edge, that's when we get our next move down. Until then, this is just the bottom of balance, and it has to be. Okay, so many questions. Curious, what is your thought process when drawing your red and yellow zones? And I'm assuming they're usually 10 points of risk. Yeah, they're usually around there. Most of the time they're based off of just where I'm seeing a shift, right? A shift of our buyers to sellers and a shift of our offer, right? So like our red zone above was just the already determined pivot off of this value range, our fixed range here. And then the top leg is just the POC from that candle where these guys are trapped above, right? So I'm basically just using this as if bid was serious, we would be holding this POC as supportive here at 90 or 88.75, whatever you want to call it, right? So we're expecting our offer to basically hold that edge to this POC as resistance. That's kind of how I view it. Just gives me a little bit of an area to play around. And then the low is just a flip of these highs where this POC was, where we offered, right? So where this absorption occurred last, we can see this absorption here very clearly, right? Where we tried to look into this POC from our seller and we've just failed. And then what happened on the flip, on the look above? Well, our bid stepped in and now it's been supportive ever since, right? So it's just a pretty clear area where we're seeing this absorption, right? A flip of these sellers absorbing buyers and now these buyers absorbing sellers here. So I really only care about shorts on a look below this and then this seller stepping back in, or we know that this is just our higher time frame shift, our pivot, right? This should be your first risk off if you're playing off of 60 to 70, off of our hold of our lows. Sell side should be here. Only way that you get a continuation is from a step up and a look above like we have drawn. What do okay, I still have like 5 questions to get to that I gotta backtrack on. Yeah, let me turn on indicators. So it's just a D profile, right? My entire trading strategy is I just make everything a D profile, right? Everything is just a balance when we consolidate like this. So our node is the node, right? We've got a buying tail and a selling tail into our highs. This is our selling tail, this is our buying tail, and this is where all of that volume is being traded. And that creates your D profile. And until we either see acceptance into our tail high or our tail low, I don't expect a move away, right? I expect more of the same, right? So we find our known seller, we find our known buyer, we create a zone of balance, and we either trade the balance, which is what we've been doing, or we trade the break and hold of said balance, right? They're like, those are our only options ever. So as soon as we define our areas, we can then define our setups. We define our risk at the highs, we define our risk at the lows. We understand how we're going to transact through this. And we understand that if this area holds and bids, we go back up into this tail high because we are in an accepted auction. And that's that, right? It's as simple as that. And usually we try to make our risk about 10 points on either side. And then we just play the transaction between our high time frame players who are both buying this low and selling this high, right? And we are making money. We're making pennies on their dollar. All right, let me get back to previous questions. Okay, that was Alejandro's question. Did I check out the new tech stuff for NVIDIA? I don't know. I don't think so. What's new? Uh, How can I feel comfortable playing that edge? Well, so the way that you play an edge retest in balance like this is you have to just shift your price target a bit, right? So we should be, okay, so you've got balance, right? We've got our higher time frame seller sitting here. We can label that as such. This is our HTF seller. Then we have our lower time frame seller or value edge. And then we have our lower time frame buyer value edge. Right? So we know that there's liquidity here. What we know, this is my breakdown or my thought process when we go through this area. I've kind of already talked about it as the trade was setting up, right? But we can go through this again. What we expect in balance in a D profile rotation or any rotation of a distribution that looks like this, where we have a known buyer and a known seller, is we are looking for an excess above or below, and we are looking for price to then, if it is able to hold set edge or get back into range, to rotate through it, right? So when we have an excess above, even in when we build this out where there's someone trapped up above and we enter back into this range, this is still value, right? Unless something drastic changes. So even if we enter back in, we see this offer and this rotation down, we should expect some buying to happen. You can either attempt to buy this again, but what you need to do is change your expectations, because we now have a seller who's positioned here, right, into this edge on this recovery. So what we've seen is that we've seen the offer move down, or the seller. I'm using offer as our seller, right? So what we're seeing is them move price down. We're seeing an offer here that's now shifted to here and then shifted to here. And this is where our buyer was last, right? So we need to respect that this guy is positioned here. So when you're looking for this rotation into our low, we're looking to risk off shorts, right? Which is going to cause price to go up, because shorts are going to be risked off into here. Plus you have passive buying that's happening into here. What we are expecting though is from this edge retest into our known value, where shorts are risking off and bids are stepping in again, is for a reoffer into this edge. So this has to be your target for the lower high. We have to respect that this seller is sitting here again on first test in. So this has to be your target, Julian. There's no reason to not try this. I personally think that this is a much better area to close your first risk on shorts rather than take a long. I'd much rather see a look below and then a recovery of this for a bid and then the rotation up. But it's perfectly fine to play as long as you understand what your risk is doing, right? Or where you should be taking profit, which is into this first edge, this primary edge. But as soon as we see, and we can see this play out, right? We saw this offer sit here. But what do we see happen after that? Do we get a full rotation back down? No, right? We hold our POC. So in a volume profile play, what does it mean if we fail at our highs on our value high edge? We rotate through back to our value low. We then bid back up to our value high and then see our POC hold as supportive. What is this showing us if we then see this play out? What is that telling us about participants? What is it telling us? Well, they're stepping in, secondary buyers stepping in, right, at a higher price. Right? So there's interest for higher. So that's a really great sign that we want to continue higher and break this high when we see this bid step in and then look above. This is your trigger for a larger, for an expansion. Right? And we can see that here. So we get our offer into our value edge where our known seller is. We then get our dip below. We see our bid at our POC or the middle of our range, and then we see the step up. That allows for expansion, because what we've shown is acceptance from buyers at a higher price, and we are shifting value. It's an attempt to shift value higher, right? Sellers failed at the lows. They suck. They're done. So these guys failed. we're now seeing our bid step up. So now when we look back over this, we can look at this as a potential area of expansion for a continuation up. Because sellers failed at the low, they failed to hold our edge high. We're now seeing buyers step up higher than our value low edge, right? Our hold of our POC. And now we're seeing acceptance over our value high. As soon as we see that, expansion is incredibly likely, right? And that's just a value rotation. You can do the same thing on a daily profile. But it's just we're treating, once we separate our zones into our areas of interest, right? We know when we see acceptance here from a failure from sellers to shift value below this, that we can then step up and then look for that expansion higher. Does that make sense? Or do you guys have questions about that? Makes sense? It's just a practice thing after that. Once you understand the basic concepts of it, it's just executing it, you know, getting comfortable with that kind of style of trading. Right? Like first step is being able to accurately define your levels, right? Your areas of interest, your POIs. And then secondary is then understanding the relationship that they play with each other, right? Like how does price move around in a D profile? What are we watching for? That's step 2. But step 1 is like accurately being able to determine areas of interest, right? Step 2 is then understanding the interactions and what to look for inside a D profile. And then third, of course, is just like actually practicing executing. But like as soon as you understand the foundation, right, and you have your fundamentals, then it's just about practice, practice, practice. And it's not always going to work, but you have very, very clearly defined areas of risk to play off of, and sometimes trades are going to fail, but that's okay. You can just re-enter when things look better, right? Like taking paper cuts is not an issue when you have set risk and you have a clear invalidation of what to look for. The thing that doesn't make sense sometimes is why price decides to break out of balance. We love that, but why would it want to break to the upside? Like from a P shape, why would it break out of the P and go back to the mean, or a POC, I should say, or even a D? Yeah, there's a lot of points in that question. Let's see if I can break that down. Why would it want to break out to the upside? Is a weird question. So you have, I'd say, 3. All right, I'm not even going to try to number it. You have multiple reasons why price breaks out, right, or goes up. You have people who are on a higher time frame who are buying to sell at a much higher price, right? You have short-term buyers and sellers who are day trading, who are scalping based off of the most recent auction, which is us. And you have participants who are offside in those interactions, right? So we are watching if sellers fail to break price down, their positions need to be closed. They can't just hold unlimited drawdown, right? And when you close a short, you have to buy a long. That's when you are selling to open a contract, you have to buy to close, right? That has the ability to move price. So when we have shorts who have failed into a level, and we have someone who's offsides, and we have passive buyers who are also buying, that's two catalysts that help drive price higher. We also just have regular interactions in balance where liquidity is present at different levels. And there are people who are going to be willing to sell at different price points. And there's only so much liquidity, so many participants who are willing to sell at, one particular level. And so price is going to naturally grind to that next area of interest where that liquidity is resting, because the market needs liquidity to move. So if there's, 500 contracts or 1,000 contracts that are willing to be traded at 390, and then there's another set of 500 contracts that are up there at 415, and we've used most of that liquidity at that 400, but we have passive buyers who are trying to get filled, are getting filled, but there's too much of this liquidity at the 60 to 70. Like there's 2,000 contracts that were traded into that 60 to 70. Great, there's lots of buyers, there's more buyers than sellers, but there's only so many sellers on the other side, and so we're going to naturally drive up to where those sellers want to trade to eat their liquidity. Does that make sense? So we have 3 different kinds of participants in the market, and we are naturally kind of gravitating to where that liquidity is on the other side of the DOM.
According to a source, the US is not seeking to weaken the dollar as part of trade deals.
We can very clearly see that there's lots of participation here at the 60 to 70, which makes it a prime area to try to play around.
Seeing some strength come through in the dollar here, weakness in the S&P 500. Again, the US not seeking to strengthen the dollar, or not seeking to weaken the dollar as part of trade deals, according to a source. Again, just correlating to some strength in the dollar, weakness in the S&P 500.
We can go over this more in a second. I think this is potentially an opportunity. I gotta look to trade instead of yap. One sec. So we have offside participants way in the highs. We're watching this look
So reading into this now, then, US officials seeking to negotiate trade deals around the world are not working to include currency policy pledges in the agreements, according to a person familiar with the matter.
This offer
now,
here
foreign
is gonna be really
exchange markets
important.
are on edge over Trump's administration, seeking a weaker greenback, and might use trade bargaining to achieve that goal. South Korea's won climbed nearly 2% against the dollar on Wednesday, while the Japanese yen also gained earlier this month. Taiwan's currency posted its biggest jump in decades. Treasury Secretary Bessent is the only member of Trump's administration's economic team tasked with addressing those matters, and he is not deputizing or other officials to engage in currency policy deliberations with trade partners, according to the person familiar, adding that such matters will only be negotiated with Bessent present.
Bid holding still our 60 to 70, watching for a lower high here as we push into our offer above. Russell held our pivot. We're watching for basically a lower high here into our value edge. We need to see interest below 60 off of this. So what we're looking for interaction-wise is a lower high here, and then the look below and hold for any sort of downside move. If this bid is able to maintain, we're going to be looking for a very clear retest here off of this edge. We'll see it, and we'll figure out what we're going to do. It's a big drop that we just saw off that failure at the highs. I'll get back to that question in a second. I just don't want to miss too many more trades talking. Excuse me. $14 till new 15s. We need to see this step down below 60, or I think we retest into 80s first. I don't think that there's any problem trying along here with very tight risk for that rotation up, but you shouldn't be expecting more until we look over or look under. We want to see value shift here below 60 for more for sell side. This is still just our bid with these guys off sides, but we know our offer is sitting above into this 80. We need to see Russell break this, and we need to see a very clear look below, and then hold of this 60 to 70 for rotations down. This should be your first risk off into 80. Watch to see if sell side can hold this. The bid has to be clear at 70 on retest here off this failure. Any look below and then hold below 60s will lead to down leg. This is just a scalp long as of right now. Thank God I drew this in one move. This is where that bid has to be incredibly clear on retest of our edge. And then we got to look over 90 off of it if the upside is likely. Right, so we just did the rotation that we just went over for 15 minutes, which is our look into our known seller, into our offer high, a retest of this value, and now we have to see a very clear pop above, or we're going to see sell side step down here again at our mid, right, which is going to lead then to this secondary leg below. Keeping an eye on Russell and ES for that weakness.
So just a reminder, in about 10 minutes' time, Trump participates in the Qatari state dinner. We'll see if we can find a video for this. Now, remember yesterday at the state dinner with the Saudis, there weren't any comments, but we'll get it out just in case he does make any comments. In case.
Everything's holding where it needs to still. There's no shift. I can't stress enough how important the offer stepping down below 60 is for an actual short to be valid. Full rotation again into our 83 to 90. See if we flip it or if offer holds. Still just maintaining our 60 to 70. Just a very tight balance. Russell still holding our pivot. ES still holding our pivot. Retesting our 30-second opening range low at 913. Just a full oscillations here.
It's been 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour. Trump participates in the Qatari state dinner.
Hmm.
So we're shortly expecting possible comments from Trump as he is due to participate in the Qatari state dinner, according to his roll call.
New 15's opening now. Really trying to shift value below the 70. POC now at 70. We're looking for the offer to basically sit 70-75 now if sell side serious, and then get us below the 60. If we push back over that, there's going to be no change in our balance. Into our lower edge here into 60. Good chance we rotate down to 40s here on first test if 60 can hold. Delta volume? I use footprint delta, so I do use delta volume. Or are you talking about like delta candles? Oof. As we push down into 42s here, this will be my first risk off from 60s. This is just sell side trying to shift value below 60. That's all this is. Reversion target is into this 30 to 40. Once we get down there, we figure out directionality, I think, for the day. Is there a stream for this Trump meeting? I don't see one. Nope. I can't. Okay, there we go. All right, so this is where we either flip or our bid hold, unsure. But it's a great area to take some profit. We need to see sell side aggressively step below 30 for more. Mm, well, all I'm using delta for is I'm watching for offside participants outside of balance and for then reversals to play off of them. Right? Like we can very clearly see like these participants are offsides, these participants were offsides, and then I'm just using them as our pivots. It's the same reason how I came up with this 40 target. It's like this is where these guys, where the POC was able to bid from this 30 to 40, and it's a really great reversion target to our AVWAP and to our 15-minute VWAP. So now it's just a matter of can this flip or not? Are we able to absorb enough selling into here and then bid back over that 70-75 for upside from this area? Or is this going to then go offer with 35 to 40 going resistance like we have drawn out here, and then this shifting our pivot below this POC and this value low here, and then rotating us down? So to me, I use them more as like POIs, so like points of interest of where I'm looking for our buyers and sellers to be located, and then I'm watching for either absorption into them on retest or for them to flip and for secondary buyers to step in. So like on footprint, it's very clear to see where sell side pressure started to really gain traction here. I think it's a bit easier to see on the Tradevate one, just because of the filtering that I have on. So like if we look at this directionally, you can understand why that 60 was so important to me. Let me move this over so we can still see our chart. What are we seeing happening here below 60 once we finally got through this absorption that was occurring here? You see that sell side really trying to hammer down here for this rotation? So like this is exactly what we're looking for a breakdown. And what do we have as our catalyst above? Well, we have this participant who got absorbed and then sell side stepped in and then rotated us. And then what did we do? We rejected our top of our balance, right? At our 80 that we've been playing off of as our resistance for short term. So what we do is we have a catalyst above, we have a rotation back down to our support where we saw absorption. We then see our lower high here into our 80-85, and then we see offer then attempting to shift value here below. So as soon as we start to see this look below with this catalyst above and with this lower high that we put in at our 80-85 short-term or lower time frame resistance, right? Seller value edge here. What is that? That's our 80, right? So this is our lower high off of this catalyst above, half of our bid at our value, rotation
Surely
up,
expecting
and
the
then sell
reverse
side stepping in
repreparation
to
data.
rotate us down. So now it's just a matter of how do we interact here where this last participant was. As we push down into this low, this is now really of interest to me because this is either going to be a major shift in our market or this is just a reversion for then another rotation back through our balance, right?
Okay, so Fox News does have a closer video of Trump attending the Qatari state dinner. We'll get a video out for you in the feed
like,
in case he does say something.
Do you see what I'm talking about? Where like we can really see that this is our balance low edge here, where these participants were, and this is our balance high for short term into this 85. I'm just going to mark this so that we can see this on footprint. Do we see how these participants are very clearly offsides into these highs? And then we have this shift below. So what I'm watching for now is this has to be your first profit target into 40 off of this guy. And if we can step down, then we should see a liquidity grab into this VWAP and into these sellers here, into this 30 edge, right? And then from here, that should determine direction because this area then will become our reoffer on any step back below. We're going to be watching
36 counterparties take $165 spot to $0.24 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Right, we're seeing this action, right? This is the same pattern. All we're doing is waiting for someone as a trigger, and then we get the rotations down that we want. So this is that bounce point that we were looking for. Now we watch the reoffer. Can we now hold this as our resistance on this look below? So how is this shifted from what we just drew? Let me re-screenshot this. Where are we currently trading? See if I can Get this back in the right area. Where are we at? This is our target, right? This is that edge where that selling was happening. Offers holding when we're trying to step down. So there's not much here until 300s. If we can now hold this on offer. I think it's going to be a bit jumpy. This is just a reversion to our mean. But we got this catalyst above that's really helping us out. And all we had to do was be patient and wait for that 60 break, right? Like, am I mad just being patient and waiting for that? No. The hell? Watching our reaction into our Russell low. We get a much more dramatic move if Russell can break this low. If not, then it's just going to continue its oscillation, and we should expect a bit of relief on NQ with RTY into this low, right? And this is where then we look for our reoffer as we come back up. I'm going to shift this 40 level because it's moved a bit. I'm just going to move that to our value here at 45s. And this is where we're watching for that secondary move. Nah, dark pool data is useless. You don't need that. You don't need dark pool data, man. All you need is a volume profile to understand where sellers and buyers are on a higher time frame. And then everything else is just short-term data for our pivots. Where are people auctioning now? Where are people initiating? Dark pool data is one of those things that like newer traders will be like, oh yeah, this is it. Like it's such a novelty scam, I feel like, for like people who are just entering the market. It's like something that gets your attention on Twitter. You know what I mean? There's really not much here until we can flip this 300. Once we do, though, then we have some potential. This is a really great secondary entry off of our pivots and our pathing that we did. Let's see what happens here. I'm flat into 300. See if we can get a secondary move. I only had one runner. I don't think there's any problem holding if you're in from higher. But I could see a retest of 15s first after this 296, 300 area. We want to see Russell retest this breakdown. This is a good sign for continuation, though, for sell side, with this Russell breach of our oscillation. $280, huge bid there. Again, I'm looking for a reoffer. We'll get one. I'm not worried about it. Yeah, 280 is a great target. You've got one lower target that'll be very violent, I think into 265, 260 area. But I think a bid here and then a reoffer into 300 should be expected. I don't know how jumpy it's going to be. We'll see. Great job, Sauce. Again, expect a slight bid here, and then we'll see what happens on a reoffer. And then I'll look to see if I can get a secondary move. Maybe ES retests ETH low, Russell retests our value edge here at 90.4, and then ES comes up into this like 320, 315 area. 300 maybe being your most violent pivot. Yeah, like this, 3 into that would be awesome. With these all testing into our edges as well. See from this bid, can we then find an offer and then step down like so? Same thing on ES. Same thing on NQ here. Something like that. Oh shit. $300 is your most bearish response on NQ. 315 is just standard price action. So let's see what happens as we rotate into this. We're watching our reactions on ES and RTY if they lose momentum into our edges first, with NQ just being here. What we're basically watching for, this should be pretty obvious if you understand volume profiles, but we're at previous day POC, right? We want this to go resistance. Once we see that in the shift below, we can then play down to previous day value low, right? If previous day POC starts to hold as resistance, then we can target yesterday's value low, right? That's why this is our target, just to give clarity on why I made my levels my levels. So like that's why we think a bounce can be here. This was our value off of PVZ from period 1. So like this is a lot of contextual value. We know that our seller was sitting here last time at this 300, 305 yesterday for the big sell-off. So this is a huge pivot. Our most aggressive sell would be off of this 300. I'd expect us to have to come up into here for a bit more clarity. But anything into here, if we can step below and then offer previous day POC, it will be really great for a secondary move down. So you don't have to be too jumpy here, because we're either going to get a really nice reoffer into this where we trap and absorb and then look down for a secondary move, or we get our very violent sell here off of 300s, but we should still get this retest regardless below POC for that rotation down. And there's lots of room here. So there's still lots in play, even if you miss a few points on original entry. Right? I'd rather wait at a key pivot than trying to shorten edge where I'm looking to risk off instead, you know? So just paying attention to this area. Especially with like very clear levels on ES and RTY to play off with NQ into this move. like 315 is our NQ opening range low, right? Like that's a very clear level, and it's also just PVC POC at 322. Like there's a lot above that we can play off of. It's our value edge on this current candle that we're trading in right now, right? Lots of stuff to work off of here on any sort of lookup. And there we go, right? We're getting our pop. So let's see what our offer looks like as we push into this. We have 2 minutes left on this candle. Into our edge now. We are watching to see if the bid can now maintain 15s. If they can, we can rotate up to 35.40. If this fails, we look for the look back below 15s and then the reoffer for a continuation down. Should be a bit of a battle here at this 15 to 10 level. Sell side's going to want to really try to shove this down. Bids are going to try to recover this. Again, this is our 30-second opening range low on NQ. Let me shift this to 30-second just so you can see that. There we go. So buyers are desperately going to try to bid this low, hold us here, and then rotate us up into this ORH, right? And like if we can recover this, bullish. If this rejects here and we're able to then hold and offer this, then we look back down into this low. And this is our new balance between this 15 to 22 and this 80. And again, we need to step below this for more downside, or we can just chop here. I'm kind of expecting this rotation into day open off this hold so far. Russell retesting our edge. If we lose momentum there, maybe we get the drastic sell below. But so far, bid is maintaining where it needs to for this rotation of our orb into 30-35. This is our ORM here at 27. So again, just to reiterate, we are trying to find a bid here into this low for the rotation up into day open. Watching Russell here into our pivot. This is our balance break where we saw the rotation down. We're watching to see if RTY can find a higher low here for rotations up. That would allow for that last leg. If sell side can start to really step down and get us below this like 8 to 15, that's when we have the ability to then rotate down again. So just this is our downside pathing. We're looking for this offer to shift below and then hold this edge for downside. Right now, this is just where the bid should be resting. Just move that. Anywhere in this 35 to 45 should be your first risk off. If you are playing off of this bid at our 15. If we can flip over 45s and bid, and then we go up. Watching Russell into our pivot high for a loss of momentum. Just risked off one there. Russell into our high now. Again, this is our 30-second opening range high, our VWAP from the day at 45s. So this 35 to 45 has to be supportive on a look above, or this is where our sell side is going to be. Next risk off should be 60 off this look above, a little bit of sweeps. We should expect a sell side there into this POC. And then a retest of this 45, I think, if it's going to hold as supportive. All right, so just we're watching this now, see if that edge can hold and if we can get back into this balance. If sell side was anywhere, they would try to absorb here, which we're seeing. We need them to flip this. Get us back into that balance that we traded above. Remember, 60 was our big pivot, 60-70. So as we come back up to retest this, our offer needs to be pretty sound, or we'll make it supportive again, and then we'll rotate up that range with all of these trap sellers below from this push down.
House Speaker Johnson says SALT discussions are ongoing and very productive.
10 seconds till new 15s. New 15s opening. Retesting our orb here. Opening range high. Looking back in. See what they can do. I think that's a setting, potentially. Yeah, I'm almost positive that's a setting. A big old test. We're trying to make this supportive, but if it flips, then I'm going to be looking for that rotation below 15s for the downside leg. So again, like bids have to be showing interest here at our 30-second opening range and our day open. I can see that. What we're holding right now is POC, previous day value high, et cetera, right? So what we just did was bounce from our low target, right? Where we closed our shorts into previous day POC. We are now trying to recover previous day value low, right? So this is a super important test to see if bids can step back in to rotate us up into this range that we were trading earlier, or if this is going to fail, right, on a look back into our value edge, and then rotate us back down. Unsure, really unsure here. This is a really major level to let us know. So we're figuring it out. All we know is that there's that seller at 60, and our POC on our last candle closed at 50. And now we're seeing lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. So you can see that offer is stepping in. We just need the bid to be able to maintain here, this like 25-30. If it can do that, we're okay. If it starts to flip below, then we have trapped buyers again into like the high 50s, and then we'll look for rotations down. So just got to be patient here. Russell flat, ES flat. Don't even look at the 800 bucks you need. Just take good trades. You'll get there. Don't obsess over passing the eval. Or you're going to take bad trades trying to make it. Execution, good trades. You'll make that 800 no problem. Russell retesting high of range here again, and Q into our 60. This 60 to 65, it just has to be your first risk off. Like, it just has to be. We need to see buyers sweep through this, or we're just going to get absorbed. We pop back over 70, 75 and start to bid this, we go up. Big ups. This is our edge, though, where we shorted, right? We got to recover this balance here that I'm circling, right? It's so important that we get back in here and show interest, or it's just going to be our offer. But very nice bid on our 30-second opening range high here. Just what we were looking for. Now it's just your rotation back into this. If Russell can help lead up with that momentum, and we can get back above this pivot and recover this POC here at 70, we're in a really good spot. Yeah, you we have a class every Monday, Fudge, our futures, and you can ask questions there, but usually there's a set topic that we go over for about an hour, hour and a half after market close, and all of those VODs are recorded, and we have about 4 years of those covering different topics, strategy specifics, backtesting, journaling, price action, volume profile, footprint, DOM trading, etc., etc. They're all they're all labeled and sorted. So there's a huge backlog of like lessons and previous classes. Plus, you just have me every day of the week for streaming to ask questions and trade with me and learn the process. So huge, huge library. What we recommend is to start a very basic journal of the trades that you take and the setups that you are looking for, screenshot with timestamp and your thoughts and emotions at the time, and either like keep that in a Discord blog or some sort of like Excel, whatever you are more comfortable with. And then at the end of the day, either use Trading Views replay mode or Tradeovate's replay mode. Tradeovate's replay mode is like $20 a month, I think, but it gives you tick data as well. So it gives you all of your volume data. So it's a bit more nuanced than Trading Days or Trading Views, sorry. And then just going back and reviewing those key areas over and over and over again, right? Just reviewing, just like you would do, like if you were on a sports team, going back and reviewing your games, just you're reviewing your day. That's how you backtest. Until you become very familiar with the patterns and the things that look good and your invalidations, things you didn't see because you were too emotional while you were sitting in the trade, et cetera, et cetera. But we've got a lot of classes covering that. Yeah, it's got to get over this, man. Are they just going to absorb the hell out of this area? Do chicks take traders more, or musicians? I'd probably say musicians, because they understand. They understand what's going on. They can see it real. I think most women, if you told them you are a trader, would be like, "Oh, that's cool, great." It's like you trying to talk about what you do for a living at family dinner, and they're like, "Great," and then you move on to the next person. Like they just don't get it. What? Oh, okay, there we go. Musicians will always win. Yeah. Yeah, I've been in that position a lot. Like, oh, it's like you brush over it. No one cares. My family doesn't care. My friends don't care. No one cares. They don't get it. They don't want to get it. It's whatever. It's just work, man. Trading isn't my personality. We're all right. So this is what we see on this candle. It's a bit hard to tell on the trading view footprint, but this is what this area looks like on Trade of Eights. What are we seeing here into this supply at this 60 to 70? What's going on here with those deltas? Yeah, absorption, right? So I'm really only interested in this area if we can start to bid over the 70 and then hold this as we put our stop right below this 60 on any look above 70s and then try to play off of this on a look above for acceleration up. But if this holds and then we see a secondary step down with a lower high, we're going to see a offer from a pretty aggressive offer, I think, that's going to rotate us through this range back down into these lows. Right, with our first target being this node right here at 50. But like, or sorry, yeah, 50. So really important that on this new 15 that just opened, that we're able to actually like do something with this and get over, or this is just going to continue to be absorbed into our main pivot. Again, it's just the 60 to 70. One of those levels that we're going to continue to talk about all day. Mhm. I'm actually going to get rid of this now and then just mark the 50 we just talked about. I think we have a very clearly defined zone to zone with a mid. Hopefully that's a better visualization for you. Mm. There are 604 lots sitting on the DOM right now at 77s. See if we can find a bid here, boys. I think the idea here is we need to hold like 60. We look for buyers to be very clear here at this 60 to 65 and then look over 75 if they're going to hold. If we start to rotate below, that's when we run into issues. So this is what I'm watching right now, is just a stop below our 58 here. And we're watching to see if we can hold this edge of this value that we just created for upside. See what we can do. If the offer holds, then supply is intact, and there's not a ton here until we shift below 50s. You're either playing off of this 75 as offer, and then you're looking for the push down to 50, or you're looking for that offer to step below 50 and then hold below this POC, right? This is going to be a battle here while we try to get through this supply and eat it. So let's see if we can find something here. Again, like all that's going to happen if this fails is that these guys are going to be trapped, right, into our supply. So we really need to see this step up and then do something like this to the upper rotation. If these guys fail here, then it's going to be this look down, and then it's going to have to retest this bid that was very clearly here. And if we step below this, then that's your secondary leg. So really important that we see active participation here as we rotate. Just going to clean this up. Here's our 50, first target for shorts if you're shorting off of 70, 75. We can flip below this and offer. You should be able to get one more leg down. This is where we should expect the bid to be for short term. We rotate into it. It's like 50 to 45. Start value low, previous candle where this void was created. Russell into our low of our rotation. Delete our lines now. So you got your first risk off into 45s, right? Now sell side is one of two options. Right now we're looking for a lower high and then a look below, just like last. Right, this is a new balance that we've created between our higher time frame supply from 65 to 75, and then this little pivot here at 45 to 50. We need to see a very clear offer flip here. Ideally, this like 58.60 if sell side is going to win this, and then look below 45s for the rotation of our 30-second opening range. if the bid is able to hold here, we need to see that step over that 70-75 for the upside. You don't want to get chopped up here. It's very rough trying to long into known supply. So you want to either be trying to catch an edge low, right? Or wait for this to become supportive like we have drawn. So offer has to basically be here into this like 65, 60, 65 for a lower high, or bid's just going to step back up over, and then it's the same shit again. We have 50 seconds until new 15s. So the idea here is these guys need to remain offsides. You're looking for either a lower high here on a reoffer, and then again, a look below, or a very clear bid now at this 50, and then a rotation up, and then a push through the supply. Just a balance trade, right? We are playing off of this as our outlier. I'm gonna like really clean this up. Every time I re-explain it, I draw it again. So right now we have two-way trading. We've got this participant up here and this participant down here from this original bid on this lookup, right? So we've got to show interest above or below one of these to punish. We know that these guys are in a bad position up here, but we know that supply is very clearly at the 70-75, right? And you can see that in the volatility of these movements of where value is. We gotta see the look below, and then that secondary move from sellers showing that interest, or we gotta see that bid step up. Yeah, it's such a battle here, which makes sense. I mean, we just sat here for from like 10:30, 10:40 to like 1 p.m. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of liquidity that we're gonna have to wrestle through to recover if it was going to. Yeah, we definitely can if we can get through it. But is it worth attempting beforehand or just taking the easy trade of shorting that secondary, right? So this is a look below and then a secondary bid gives you your rotation up, right? It's a balance trade. So we've got two setups where you have your look above and then failure, and then you play the reoffer for the rotation down. is it like you can try to hold a runner for the continuation, or you can just tool here. Like we have a very clear balance where you're just watching for that secondary move and then you're playing up into this. Or you're just waiting for one of these sides to break. And then you can play a really nice attempt at a long here, just like we had paths before. We are looking for this. Once we're able to actually test in, and then we look for the hold and continuation up. Right, balance is balance until we see that look above and the willingness to hold. And like this easily can flip into a short as soon as we start to see this failure here. Right, like if this steps down and we
According
don't
to
see
the
this
US
bid here,
Treasury website, US issues new
then
Iran
we'll get
related
this offer
sanctions.
for the rotation through. But just playing like these secondary moves after an extreme and then using that extreme for the higher low or the lower high just feels way better right now. If we get this pop, that'll be great. Just keep an eye on
Sanctions
your
target
Russell
individuals
rotation.
in China and Iran.
I think this is our clearest balance, just like yesterday where Russell just rotated in the same balance for 5 hours. Gonna delete this fixed range now. I think we're all at a we all get it. Let's see if I can fine tune our ES levels to I mean they're good still. The problem is it's just so choppy because of what we're doing, but you're in a very clear D where this is our opening range that we're trading below. There's very clear resistance here above. And we have a very clear bid here into our value low edge. And you are right in the mid right now. Garbage. Classic ES movement. Surely that gets past kids. Yeah, exactly. It is perfectly fine when consolidation happens, and you have the choice, right? You can either play your consolidation edges and just play the balance, or you can just wait for the break. Market at rest to market in motion. Values shifted up here a bit. Let me readjust. Man, there's nothing worse than like midday trading. It's, exactly, Adrian. Uh, I think it would be cool during these consolidation periods to set up value box where price can head towards next. Well, we have that, right? We've got our lower value where the bid was last, which is our target for the breakdown, and then we've got our upper target, which is here for the upper target on the break. Right, this is our higher time from seller sitting here, just waiting.
So, according to the Moscow Times, citing sources,
And
Putin has
until then,
reportedly
right, we've got our
no
two setups
intention
for
of
the short
accepting
and the
Zelensky's
long.
offer to meet one-on-one in Istanbul.
No, I don't trade like that. Feels too gambo to me. I'm sure it'd be good, but I don't. I could probably make it. It'd just be like fib based though. Should be mostly risked off on your short if you're playing off of the 70-75. We now look for either this to get back above our 50 and bid, or this offer to now very clearly hold for the secondary leg. For this to have any merit, we got to get below this like 25-30, or this is just going to bid again. Remember, our 40 here, 40-45, is our 30-second opening range high, right? So again, let me turn on our, this is our day open. We got to show interest below this and have it as our offer for the rotation through
According to Lawler,
our
sold
value.
Caucus to move with Mike Johnson tomorrow morning.
So for any secondary legs here, we need to see the shift of value from these buyers
So it's House Reps Mike
to
Lawler.
now sellers. All we've done is rotate to these lows here, right? I want this to be resistant. I want these guys here for this bid to go offer, right? On a look below. If all we do is retrace this, we're going to have to rotate back up into this 50 edge, see if this is going to hold this resistance, and then play this little micro balance. If this bids at all above, then we can rotate back up. That is the issue here. All we have are our edges. What's up, Busy? And there's your rotation off the look below and the bid above. Offer into
NYMEX diesel
65s.
June futures settle at
You'll see a
around
previous candle.
$2.20 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude June futures settle at $63.15 a gallon, down 52 cents or 0.82%.
See if we can
NYMEX
find a
natural
bid
gas
here,
June futures settle at
or
around
if they offer it lower.
$3.49.
Just going to put this line here to show you the lower highs.
And NYMEX gasoline June futures settle at around $2.17 a gallon.
Today seems incredibly boring. I mean, there are some good rotations, but it's just this midday chop that's been really bad lately. Huge bid. Holy. Taking off a little bit here. See if we can get a continuation above this. This is our secondary target into
So just keep an
400.
eye on the S&P 500, seeing some movement towards the upside. No headline to back up the movement though. We'll keep an eye out and relay that to you as soon as we can if we do find anything.
He said, okay. I am flattened to 400. Feels good, man. I'm gonna wait for news for re-entry. Wait, you were long? What do you guys not understand about this setup? What's not unclear on my chart? So super important if we can now bid and hold the 70.75. I was watching that resistance at 60s. Totally get it. That's just your first PT. It's the top of this little range, right? And then we look for a continuation up. So if you're bidding on the recovery of our balance edge, we look for rotations up. Did we think that it was going to go straight to our higher time frame seller?
So the US sanctions
In
entities
one candle?
over Iran's
No.
ballistic missile program.
But like, am I going to be mad that we just made $700 in 48 seconds? No, you know. But like,
So that's the Treasury Department issuing statement on sanctions.
why is this so large? What is going on? We're just waiting for this news to settle. We've got buyers 55.60. Back to our bid here. See if we can hold or if we look below. Need to see like a pretty clear offer into this 60, 65 if we're going to hold for a lower high off of this failure with the look above. So we've found our bid in the exact same place where we took our last long, right? We now need to see sell side sit here like very aggressively and then rotate us below. If this fails, I'm only going to be looking for a long off of this. It's just the same balance. All we did was come up to our higher time frame seller, wick into it, and then fail to hold and then rotate back down, right? To me, it is a little too jumpy to try it, but there's nothing wrong with that trade. But now just watching to see what happens here into this upper edge, now that we've held our lower edge. I'm not sold on this. Way too much volume above us. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna wait. I think if you long this low, based off of, again, just the balance trade, this is a great risk off. You need to see like a very clear buyer here. I think it can fizzle out. We can try with the stop below 65, I guess, but like we've got the setup. It just feels a little uncomfy with the slowdown. Yeah, I do as well. I think that wick was very telling. I don't really get the news. There was one news there, and it was Putin reportedly no intentions of accepting Ukraine's President Zelensky's offer to meet one-on-one in Istanbul. That was the major news. And then we had the sanctioned entities over Iran's ballistic missile program. That was it. That's the only thing that I see on our newsfeed. So I'm unsure. 40 seconds till new 15s. This is developing fine, but I want to see us show a bit more interest. There's way too much here for me to feel comfy. nothing's invalidated about this setup, but because of the slowdown after this move, it just feels like it's going to be a bit whiplashy. I don't think the risk is bad, but if news comes out, you're going to get stopped immediately and your stop might be bad. So I'm going to wait 20 seconds for the new 15 and see if price can settle up here. If it can, then I think we can probably bid it and play it up. That's my guess. We'd be targeting our 400 again, and then we'll look for a push above. Always target your wick highs first, where this is just telling us where liquidity is, right? If we can push above this, then we can really go, but we got to get through this higher time frame seller that we already identified. Like, we have so much absorption into 400 to 420 that, like, we gotta show interest above that for anything more for PTs. I mean, we absorbed what, like close to 600 contracts on the bid into that? Maybe even 1,200, technically, if you added up the bids at 400. So, like, it's kind of unreasonable to look for more until we can push through. I think you're going to feel way more comfortable with longs when ES shows any interest over our 30-second opening range. Like this is where we're going to want to see bids step up. Once we have ES follow through with NQ and we see something like this, you're going to feel so much more comfy. With us just holding this is resistance, it just feels like we're still range bound in this, right? Like, the only thing we've got going for us is NQ, and RTY and ES are just like flatlined. I'd like full market participation for more. 400 shows positive deltas, but if you look left into the breach above, it's 535 positive. But I'm counting that as absorption from these highs. That's how I view it. Does that make sense? So that's just like I see that as kind of like our selling tell, where we just have passive sellers sitting. I mean, it does the same thing in principle, sauce, right? So it doesn't really affect it. For someone to sell, someone had to buy. All contracts are two-sided. But yeah, I get what you're saying. It is interesting, the color shift between the two platforms.
Brent crude futures settled at $66.09 a barrel, down 54 cents or 0.81%.
I am not in a trade right now, futures trader. I'm waiting. what are my thoughts on Qatar giving the US luxury plane? I mean, I think it's ridiculous. But I don't think it has anything to do with trading. I don't know if you want to get political in here. It's definitely not free, let me tell you. They're gonna have to retrofit it for the president to even use, which is gonna take years and taxpayer money. And then after it, it's gonna have like a 2-year actual use life for the president, and then it goes to Trump's library where he says he's never gonna use it again, which is a complete lie, and it'll be used. So it's gonna cost taxpayers.
Is Trump currently speaking at the Qatari state dinner?
Air Force One is not just a plane. So it has to be inspected, basically fully taken apart to make sure that there's no tampering, there's no surveillance. It then has to be retrofitted with security features, armored, etc., etc. All of the tech for communications.
So we do have a video of Trump speaking live. We'll get it out on the feed for you.
It's going to cost $1 billion, you know, and that's going to take 2 years to do all of that. And then by the end of it, it's going to he's going to have it again.
We have posted out the video on the
at max
shelf
shelf
life.
life.
To watch.
And then it goes to the president's library where he says he'll never use it again. Surely. Surely true. It is interesting that Trump got a golf course in Qatar right after, though. Yeah, no, I mean, if it was a Democrat who was getting that, do you know the amount of fuss that we'd be getting? Imagine Hillary Clinton got gifted a plane from Qatar. Just imagine. What? Okay, bud. That's... I don't know. I think if, regardless of your political spectrum, you should see that as an obscene gesture from a foreign state. This looks like it's just rotating back up to 400. I'm not in this. It's too uncomfy for me. Offer sitting at 90 above. That should be your first risk off as we push into that. We look over 400, 420, then we get more. I'll play that like whatever happens. Don't need to be in every rotation. Yo, good job, man. Congrats on passing the eval. This area is so iffy for me. I don't know, man. Like, what the hell is that news scandal? Yeah, exactly. I don't know, man. Seems crazy. The reason why I brought up Hillary Clinton is because she was gifted a Rolex and the Republican Party went absolutely wild when she was gifted that and she had to give it back. And the way that they're getting around it is that they're gifting it to the DOD and not Hillary, or not to Trump directly. But then the DOD is just going to give it to Trump, so it doesn't fucking matter. I don't know. I don't care what party you're on. Just like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? I'll be right back. Oof. All right. This is actually good with what just happened. Potential trap here. Watch to see if either the offer can get below 60 or we can get back over this 85 is what I'm going to call it now. We have a potential to trap. I'm deleting this. We're just going to watch this as our pivot. Decent amount of size transacted here. We have this buyer at 56 to 60 that I'm interested in. I just want to see us like continue to maintain there, or it's just going to really slam down from this point with these guys. So just really paying attention if we can get back above. If we can, then we have a potential trade for a continuation. If not, then we're looking for a rotation back down, and then I'll play the secondary move off of this. This isn't the primary area of interest for me. I'm just watching something set up. So like this is what I see on Footprint right now. It's getting my interest is peaked. Right, so we've got these guys that are being absorbed right now into our 65. We've got these buyers here into our 60 that I'm interested in, that we're playing off of right now. We want to see if we can flip this, right? This is us attempting to flip. We want to absorb into this, and then we want to see bids step over these guys from that weird liquidity that we saw rest up into here. That's why I haven't taken this trade, is because I just don't know what the hell's going on up here. All we know is that we have this higher time frame seller into this 400 to 420, and I don't want anything to do with them. It's just a target. It has to be where we take risk off until we show interest above. So this entire area just feels like it needs to be developed out a bit more
Trump
for me
says Qatar is working with us on negotiating an Iran deal.
Touching it after that weird price action that we just saw. I'm not interested until this develops out a bit more. Or it just feels like this is going to get really heavy really quick, and then any offer that steps below this 60 is going to lead to a much stronger letdown with all of these participants who are potentially trapped. That's kind of how I'm viewing it right now. Is it just, I got to see how we move away from this interaction that just occurred. I'm gonna delete this stuff because it's played, and I'm not gonna attempt the same range trade 70 times. And it's all played out. Gonna chill. Yeah, Trump is, I mean, I don't know if I'd consider it. He is talking, but it's very hard to hear. This is probably the worst stream I've ever seen. Here's a link to it. I have no clue what he's saying. Like, it's the shaky camera and no audio. It's crazy. Fox do better.
Trump says if we can avoid a harsh road with Iran, that's great.
New 15s. Dude, who is operating this camera and why do they... What? What? Are they having a stroke? Like, what's... The stream is crazy. What? This offer is getting a bit more serious down here. Very nice retest of our 7075 POC here and rotation down. Offer getting a bit heavy into our 65s. You should be expecting a bit of a bid here into 4550 as your first PT. But if we can breach below that, I do like the rotation below. But consider this value until proven otherwise as we rotate down. We're just watching to see how this steps. Retesting now.
Trump says when Besant goes on TV, everything goes up. Adding that Besant understands the market. And I think we're in great shape.
A lot of liquidity at 50. Just back to our value low here off the rejection of our 65. We gotta flip this for more. It'll be fast if it happens. This guy operating the camera has to be on like a telephotic lens from a mile away for this to make sense for how shaky the stream is. Into our 50 here. I'm watching to see how we interact with this liquidity.
Trump says to Qatar that I hope you can help me with the Iran situation. And Trump on Iran saying we want to do the right thing.
Good exit. They're really trying to hammer this thing down here. Got to get below 50s for rotations to 30s, or we're just going
And
to
Trump ends remarks at Qatari state dinner.
pop this again. Yeah, you're right now your reversion target is like 30-35. If we're gonna hold this, just waiting. Offer sitting at 60 above on NQ. Watching Russell into our oscillation high here. This stream is so scuffed, man. What is going on? He forgot to turn off his camera. Back to our 50 here off of our rejection at our 60s. Russell rejected our high of range there, resulting in that flick down. It's getting a bit heavy down here. Direction is going to be crazy after this move. Yeah, they're sweeping it. They're chumping. Yeah, they finally cut the stream. Jesus. We're just waiting on Russell. Just back to our offer here into 65 to 75. Need to see if the bid can step above. We are so trapped here, man.
Boeing says Qatar Airways order will support nearly 400,000 jobs in the US. Besson says Greer and I are engaged with China to stop fentanyl. So Besson just commenting on China and fentanyl in the next post. So specifically, he says strong action is needed on fentanyl, and Greer and I are meaningfully engaged with the Chinese on next steps to stop this dangerous situation.
This is a great target on longs for first exit if you are playing on the recovery of our 50s. We can bid here. It's the same as before, where we're just looking for this to flip a supportive previous candles POC. I need to see a bit more from buyers here. Got a minute left on this candle, so I'm expecting that to confirm on the new candle open. Hopefully. $20 seconds. New 15's opening now. If we fail to get over 75s here on first test, we can come back down at 60, 65 for a bid. It's just POC of previous candle, so understand that if you're looking for longs, stop has to be below that. We want to see a bit more from buyers. This is pretty lackluster. We opened where we needed to, right? But we got to see some secondaries start to step in here, show some excitement for the full rotation of this upper range if we're going to do it. The 45 to 50 area? That area? Is that what you're saying? Or asking, sorry. English? So we'll look for a bid here, guys. So we come down. This is retest of our value from a previous candle. You need to see like a pretty clear bid. This is going to falter again. Dude, these Russell oscillations are killing me. Get us out. This is literally just a repeat of yesterday, end of day. Our yellow zones were based off of this. It's this rotation that we saw from this flip. So this initial bid here, POC the value high, and then we were just watching the DOM to refine the levels a bit more, where we saw like a little bit of excess, basically them taking in, backfilling, and then we were looking for any bid above 50. So just basically looking for them to come back down into these lows, grab some liquidity, and then look back up, right? That was the whole idea, is that we're just trading this little range where we're looking for buyers to be like very apparent down here, grab liquidity, and then basically bid off of this value high edge. That's all that was. And it's just been playing repeatedly. Liquidity is still pretty present. My DOM, it's just standard. It's just a DOM. I mean, I haven't changed any settings. Standard, that's what standard means. There's nothing to change. It's just the trade of 8 Dom. Yeah, I guess. See if we find liquidity here again and then look back over 50s for the same rotation, or if we can actually flip below this. Big test. Russell also at the low of our range off of another failure at our highs. What I mean by that is we've been finding liquidity here and then finding a secondary bid like this over and over again. Right, so we need to see if this will flip. Your first signs of weakness is we find liquidity here. This will now be our offer. And then if we get our offer here, we then look for the step below. We get the step below, and we do the rotation down. We need the shift. If this just bids up from here and we show any interest above, we should just do the rotation up again. And the same thing over and over again. I'm only looking for shorts if we start to show failure below on our 15-minute VWAP here. This is actually should be at like 25. When I told you I have a standardized DOM, I was not lying to you. The only exception to this idea here, boys, is a very clear seller into 65 on this offer from the flip. So that should be your first PT if you are buying from this low. If not, what you're going to be watching for is a test into here and then see if we can find liquidity and then a step over. We just have this imbalance here. That sweep lower. We want to acknowledge it, and we want to see a very clear look above it for any sort of long continuation. Russell back into this range, so I'm not really doubting any of this move yet. Just the same reversion point, same rotation off, and then the same resistance into this POC here. So just keeping an eye on this. Again, I'm not really looking for shorts until, or an expanding short until we push below 25.35. There's just no real reason to look for it. I mean, you just answered the question, man. If I'm not utilizing the information, then it does no right to be on my screen. Just noise. If I'm not utilizing the pulling and stacking, then it's just noise, right? If I'm not utilizing any of the other features, then it's just noise. Your job is to cut out noise and trade your setup. If your setup plays and you make money off of it, continue to do that. Having 75 indicators on your screen isn't going to be helpful to your trading. Use what actually makes you money. Remove everything else. So if it's something that you utilize and you find helpful, put it on. But if you find that it is not giving you anything new or giving you edge, then take it away. And then refine, refine, refine. Full rotation on Russell again. Something that I will turn on occasionally is the histogram, but it really depends. I have a histogram on all of my charts already, so I don't usually find the DOM histogram to be incredibly helpful. It just takes up more room on my monitor. But that's something that you can add that I think is a good visualization if done properly. I mean, it's just a volume profile on your DOM. So if you're not paying attention to your volume profile on your chart, it could be helpful, I guess. Mario uses it. I mean, everything has a purpose. You have to understand that there's like 4 actual indicators in the world, and everything else is just a combination of those indicators, right? Like there's only so much information that people can pull from. So everything is just the same. It's just what works for you. And an indicator isn't the thing that is going to change your system, right? Like nothing is going to change. This should be your first risk off if you're playing on the bid back over this 50. This is the easiest trade of my life. We've done the same trade 1,000 times today. Holy shit. But like what you need to know is like you're at the stage in your trading where you're looking for quick fixes. You're looking for easy cheats, right? You're looking for basically mods to immediately and effectively like change your trading. And like systems that promise that aren't real, right? They're fake, they're a gimmick. They're actively being fitted for data. You need to just learn the fundamentals. It is like, that's literally it. You just need to learn and treat the market as an auction, learn a volume profile, understand how we rotate through a volume profile between values, right? And then you just add components to help give you some quality of life that feeds you information of a strategy that you already are trading, right? So like the reason why we made PVZ, or I made PVZ, is because it is doing volume profile based trading strategies for me. The reason why I created Patty is because it's doing the reversal strategies that I utilize, right? All the indicators that I make are based off of my strategies that I trade on a daily basis. So same thing with like the levels indicator. The levels indicator is doing work that I don't want to do myself, right? So if it's giving us our higher time frame levels, it's giving us our daily, our monthly, our weekly value areas, then I don't have to go mark those myself, right? Indicators should be a quality of life for you, but they're not a crutch. They're just helping remove some of the work so that you can focus on what matters. But at no point is an indicator going to be the thing that makes you money without a strategy already, right? Like that just doesn't make sense. So your first step is to understand how markets work and then put things on your chart that give you a quality of life, that help you see things that you don't, that helps remove some of the excess work so that you can focus on the price action, so you can focus on the DOM, right? And then everything else is already done for you. It's automated. Like that's your job as a trader, is to remove the obstacles that are in your way to give you ease so that you can pay attention to the things that matter. It's what we've tried to do with our indicators. We're not overpromising anything. All we're doing is teaching you strategies and then creating indicators that involve said strategies. I feel like anyone who's promising you more than that is selling you snake oil. And people will go out of their way to like look up like Lux Algo stuff where it's like gives you a buy and sell signal, and then they wonder why it doesn't work when they actually forward test it. And it's like, because it's not real. So if you find something useful of one of the things on the DOM that you think accentuates what you're already doing, then it's amazing, right? No hate. But your job is to only have the bare bones of what you need, because too much data can hinder your execution and what you can see on chart. There's a reason why I turn off indicators when I'm not utilizing them, right? I mark levels, I utilize our indicators to create my areas, but then I turn them off because I don't like the noise on the chart. And then I create a plan of what I'm looking for in it, depending on what happens. And then my entire focus is just based off of, I'm just staring at my footprint and my DOM once I have a plan set to actually execute said plan. And either it plays out or it doesn't, right? And there's no cheat code. Yeah, I mean, if you don't understand what an indicator is doing, then it has no right being on your chart. It's just noise. It's giving you fake signals. If you don't understand the why it's doing what it's doing and why price is interacting at those levels, then you shouldn't have it on your chart. It just doesn't make sense. You have to understand what's going on in the market. I mean, that's just like fundamental. In the learning process, how does one know what works? I don't understand your question. The Russell is hindering us so badly. Holy shit. Oh, get me out of this range.
Brazil molds Chinese yuan sovereign bond, according to sources.
Russell back down to our low. See if we find another bounce here, another rotation.
So further into this, Brazil is considering issuing its first ever sovereign bonds in China, denominated yuan, according to two government sources with knowledge of the government's plans. Also noting that a final decision on the so-called panda bonds has not yet been made. Just to give some further color as well. So the plan, first reported by local newspaper Folha de Sao Paulo, is yet another sign of efforts by Latin America's largest economy to strengthen ties with China, its top trading partner.
As a new trader, who understands basic volume and reversal concepts but still needs practice interpreting delta shifts, how can I figure out which indicators are worth testing for my trading style? By using them? I mean, I don't know what you want me to say there. I don't know what your trading style is, and I don't know what your understanding of basic volume and reversal concepts means. Right? Like I don't have enough information, but like you said it, and you every good question you've asked, you've basically said the answer, right? You need to practice. So you need to put on an indicator and watch to see if you can see anything that is showing you the same things that you're already utilizing, right? Like if you are looking at a reversal and you can see something on an indicator that you're testing, right? When you're back testing it, you're going back to looking at a reversal and you can find a divergence that's playable and repeatable, then that's something that gives you edge, right? If there's nothing there for the setup that you're looking at and you can't find a use case for it, then there's no use, right? That it doesn't deserve to be on your chart. It needs to be a repeatable pattern that is visible to you that gives you edge. And that's just going to require you to put hundreds of indicators on your chart and see if they have any sort of, if there is a reason for them to be there, right? Things that can help you and give you a step up from other people who are doing the same thing is that we have classes covering everything that you're talking about. We have a PowerPoint in class specifically targeting volume-based indicators, and we go over individual use cases for them as well as their strengths and weaknesses. I also have done a full write-up on delta candles and how to utilize them to spot potential absorption, right, and exhaustion. I mean, you've got lots of resources. You just need to put them on your chart and then practice, right? It has to be a component in a strategy that you already utilize. And you have to understand that I have tried thousands of indicators. Thousands. And it just requires you to go back and look to see if there's anything that's actually real. And that's going to require you to already, again, have a basic understanding of what you're looking for into lows and highs. Is there a way that you can start to see? Like the things that are forward looking compared to only look good in historical are far and few between. Like there's so many indicators that look great on chart in historical price action, but give you zero edge in the moment. So many of them. So like your job is to go and look at these pivotal spots in price action and see if you can find any pattern that is future looking, right? Any divergence, any sort of rotation that you can spot off of an indicator. Like I think RSI is a great example where like in most use cases RSI is pretty garbage, but like you can spot some easy divergences on the higher time frames between price and RSI where that can be a really useful indicator. But if you only utilize it as like, oh, I'm going to buy and sell into our red zone and green zone, like you're not going to make money. But like if you are a bit nuanced with it and you're already focused in on pivotal areas, it can be very helpful. It's just like you already have to have a setup in mind of what you're looking for at a specific place for these things to be useful, or it's just going to be noise, because most of price is noise, right? And all of these indicators are based off of price. So there's going to be lots of chop. There's going to be lots of fake signals, just like on price action. So again, it's just practice, 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 and utilize the classes that we've already put on delving into these topics. Like it's really that simple. Like again, there's no cheat code. All of your questions are going to always be answered by, you just got to do it.
One minute to begin the market on close imbalance.
The beauty of trading with a group like you've joined is that you can emulate what other traders are doing and try to figure out their system, learn their system, and trade that system, right? What you're trying to do is do something that I'm not doing and then asking me questions about it, right? So I can't really help you because you are refusing to put the things on that I have on my chart and learn my system. So I don't really have answers for you because you want to go find your own system, which is fine. It's perfectly reasonable. But like, if I'm not utilizing it, it's because I don't find it useful myself. Right?
10 seconds. Market on close, imbalance S&P 500 buy side 2.9 billion, Nasdaq 100 buy side 1.7 billion, Dow 30 buy side 1 billion, and Mag 7 buy side 1.2 billion.
Our reversion zone strikes again. Full rotation of our range. So like what most people do, Screwhead, here is that they learn the system that we teach, right? So when you ask us like what indicators, what you should be asking us is like, hey Sig, what do you use and why do you find it useful, right? Like that's a much better question than being like, what random indicators can I put on my chart to give me a buy signal, right? Like you're here, so utilize me who's already done all of this work and already made all of these mistakes, and then try to learn a system that actually has edge than trying to figure it out on your own. Right? Doesn't that sound like a much better use of your time? And again, like I'm not trying to be a dick here. Like I just want you to really understand like what you get from our platform, right? Into our higher time frame seller here at 400s. Should be a risk off if you're in runners from our reversion pivot. We'll watch to see if we flag here at this 85 from this area. I don't know how much of a retrace we're going to need. Just see if we can build here. We might just go. Unsure. What a candle. Keeping an eye on Russell into our highs again off the recovery of this range. See if our oscillation can play. If ES can actually bid over our 30-second opening range, then we might have a chance for continuation. If we just get absorbed here again into 400, 420, it's going to be more of the same. Our offer is sitting so fucking heavy at 400. Like I can't. Like this is what the offer looks like right now here, by the way. Like, do you think my level has some merit? I wonder. When I said this was our higher time from seller, do you think 399.75 has some meaning? Hmm. You bet you pray for them to pull this. Yeah, so that's not a problem. See, like that should excite you, right? Like what we've already told you to do is to go through the fundamental classes of the volume profile, go through the class on breadth indicators and the tick class, and then go through the setups class, right? Like once you go through the setups class, after you go through the volume profile class, you're going to have such a better understanding of what the hell we're talking about. The setup is, I'm referring it to the wrong name. It's the playbook lessons. That's where we go over our individual ideas and what we're looking for with real examples. Right? So you're going to have a lot of questions, though, if you don't go through those basic classes first, because we use terminology and we're using concepts that you're unfamiliar with. So it's very important that you go through the basics so you have an understanding of basic fundamentals of volume profiles and how we interact in those, basic understanding of how sellers and buyers act.
Now at 4:05 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect earnings from Cisco Systems,
right?
Estimated EPS of 92 cents with an estimated revenue of $14.1 billion.
What don't you understand? Like next time you watch a video, I need you to write down the things that you don't understand that we're saying. And if you can think of some right now, like that'd be very helpful. And then I can guide you in the right direction. Another rejection at our Russell highs, actually comical. You guys have a good day today. I feel like our balance edges have been pretty playable. Our Russell rotations has been pretty much all you need. And then our reversion zone at the low, and then the recovery of our 50 for bid. It's been very good to us today. This is our balance. It is what it is. This is our bid from our 85 that we've pathed to now the look above. I don't know if we hold this. I'm doubtful. But if they can squeeze through and sweep this, we're in a pretty good spot for a push. Yeah, he flipped. I don't know. How many lots is this now? 2,700? Is that what that says? Holy shit. Brother, who's getting filled here?
About 5 minutes ago, we're expected to get Cisco Q3 2025 earnings with an EPS estimate of 92 cents and a revenue estimate of $14.1 billion.
Okay, so I mean we can answer a few of those questions, but I feel like you're like if you can't come up with those answers, your understanding of how price moves is still not great, which is it's okay. But like when we talk about like a balance day and where value is being found, right? Like this is where our buyers are located, and we're not looking for oops, wrong tool. This is where we're watching to see if the bid is going to rotate us back up in our higher time frame balance. And this is where our sellers have been located all today. All today. This is where our seller has been. So when you ask why we're not pushing over 400, it's like because there's a seller
Putin
there.
signs
That's
decree
the
on
answer.
Russian delegation and talks with Ukraine.
Right. So like I don't know how to give you a better answer than saying that there's someone sitting there willing to take in all the size of all the buyers, right? There's someone just absorbing all of the buy orders at this level, which is what we've said all today. So when I post that screenshot of this is what it looks like at 400, what does that show you? What does that mean to you? When I post stuff like this about what's happening here at 400. Right? Like what are these telling us? There's small volume at 400 is what you're telling me. This is insane volume, man. This isn't small. This is crazy. So someone is taking in all of these contracts. What does it mean if all of this buying is trying to push above and it's not able to move an inch? Yeah, okay, sure. So is that small volume?
Medinsky is to lead a Russian delegation that talks with Ukraine.
If there's a participant who's willing to take in all this size and price can't get above, that's huge volume, right? This is a huge seller who's sitting here just taking in lots. So should we look for price to move higher than this until we show interest above, or should this be where we're risking off and closing positions? Right? So like that when you ask of like why we're not going higher, it's because someone's sitting there willing to take it in. Risking off means closing a position. Risking on means putting a position on. When you enter the market, you're putting risk on. When you're taking risk off, you're taking positions off the market. Right? You're buying and you're selling. You're closing contracts. So when I say I'm risking off, I am taking off size.
1 minute to go now till we get Cisco earnings.
Okay, so to answer your other question of like why is that like So my entire thesis today was I don't expect more downside as long as this pivot is holding 25 to 35. I don't expect more upside unless we can get over this 400 to 420. Right? Like this has been my thesis for today. And then it's just about how do we then transact in this range?
10 seconds.
What we know is that we have a larger participant who is pushing the market down from here, and we have a larger participant who's pushing the market up from here, and that is creating a distribution.
Adjusted EPS of 96 cents. 96 cents, a beat on the estimate of 92 cents.
So we
and a third quarter revenue, 14.15 billion, 14.15 billion, a beat on the estimate of 14.05 billion. They see fourth quarter revenue between 14.5 billion to 14.7 billion dollars, compared to the estimate of 14.51 billion dollars. They maintain quarterly dividend at 41 cents a share. Estimate was 41 cents a share. And they see fiscal year revenue 56.5 billion to 56.7 billion, so 56 to 56.5. Third quarter service revenue $3.78 billion, a miss on the estimate of $3.79 billion.
All right.
Also, they see fourth quarter adjusted gross margin of 67.5% to 68.5%, compared to the estimate of 67.5%. Third quarter adjusted gross margin was at 68.6%, compared to the estimate of 67.8%. Third quarter product revenue 10.37 billion, a beat on the estimate of 10.2 billion. So Cisco gives positive sales forecast in sign AI is buoyed by demand. Cisco gives positive sales forecast in sign AI is buoying demand.
All right, so we have two extremes. We have an extreme here. This is our higher time frame seller, and then we have our local buyer that we found today, right, in this session where we've just been able to bounce and
shares of Cisco climbing 1.9% after fourth quarter EPS forecast tops estimate.
We care about this lower area because this
Just a further detail then, Putin decree does not say he plans to go to Istanbul for talks.
Because this is where we saw a very clear shift from this upper auction into our lower, where we basically rejected and pushed down, right, into our lower target for our shorts, into these lows. And then when we reversed for the right side of the V, we saw a recovery of this area and then a bid for this rotation up. Right, so to me, this is a very valuable pivot to let us know if we're going to be trading in what I'm considering a lower auction here. Right, this area, or our upper auction here. Right, it's a very clear pivot where we've shifted above and below. Right, we've seen a shift of our buyers, of our sellers to buyers on this recovery.
Just some further detail with Cisco. So the EPS guidance includes estimated impact of tariffs based on current trade policy.
Just by looking
AI
at the
infrastructure
price,
orders surpassing our $1 billion target 1 quarter early.
Like it's very clear, I hope, but if it's not, let me know, that we are trading roughly in between here and here, right? Just by looking at price with nothing else on, right? I can turn everything off, hide all. It's very clear that there is a lot of choppiness here that we're rotating in between, right? So what we care about is not these extremes outside of this range.
Also with Cisco, they see their fiscal year adjusted EPS of $3.77 to $3.79. They saw $3.68 to $3.74.
What we care about is what happens from these extremes, and do they cause rotations back through these areas where we're seeing price show balance, right? So we need to first identify where price is most likely to find balance, which is what we did. Hide indicators, right? We've identified the high and low, the average high and the average low here between this 77.85. These are our highs, and this bid here at our 45 to 50, which was our lows. This is on average. This is where our lows are, and these are where our highs are in this choppy range. What we care about is what happens if sellers fail to continue down once we're outside of this low and this high, and what happens if buyers fail on looks above this high and this low. Right? We identify where price is in an agreement between two areas, and then we call that balance. We then need to understand what do the reactions look like when we see a failure below these levels and a recovery into them. What happens on price when that occurs? Well, okay, let's just look left, right? That's your first step, is look left. Well, we know when we look below these pivots that we're looking for a failure and then a retest of said level, and
Iran
then we get rotations
President
up.
Pezeshkian to Trump says, you came here to frighten us. We will not bow to any bully.
Right? That's the same thing on a volume profile. We determine either we maintain inside balance, right, and we rotate through, or our balance low will hold and we reject. That's just like basics. Like the most basic thing that you need to grasp is just this auction either persists between these 2 points, or we shift our auction and then this becomes our resistance, right? We either get back in and we maintain, or it becomes a resistance. That's like your most basic thing that you need to grasp. Either these buyers and sellers are still in agreement that this is a great price to buy and this is a great price to sell, or something shifts in the market where these sellers are no longer thinking that this is a great place to sell, and they now think that this is now a great place to, these buyers are wrong, right? And that value is now found down here. And they want to now sell further down because there's not enough demand above. So all of these buyers are, it's like, okay, we're in a happy family, price is fine, we have an agreement between buyers and sellers, yada yada, right? When this agreement is broken and we see a shift from sellers and buyers are no longer happy with this price, they don't find this is a great deal anymore, they will then look lower, right? So then we have a shift where buyers are looking for price to go down a bit more, and sellers are more than happy to lower that price. They've sold here, they've sold here, they've sold here. We're going to then drive price further down, right, to a previous area where there was an agreement. Let's say that is just a step lower. So we have again 2 options. In any market, we either trade in balance, like so, or we are in a market that is in motion, right? We have a market that's at rest, which is what this is called, or balance, or we have a market that is in motion that is seeking a value, right? It's pushing outside of our value and seeking higher or seeking lower to establish a new area of value that buyers and sellers then find an equilibrium at. Right? So if we understand that the market is in one of 2 states at all times, either in balance or in motion outside of balance, that should give us an understanding of what kind of trades that we're looking for. If we're in a balanced market, we should be looking for reversions on any attempt outside of value to look back in to rotate through our already prescribed auction, right? Our already known and identified auction. So if we see over and over again on a day failures at our lows, what's our setup that we should be looking for if we continue to see failures for value to shift outside of this range? This is a question to you. What kind of day are we in if we continue to see failures at the lows and highs? Based off of what I just said. Balanced day. Yeah, exactly. So in a balanced day, we are going to be looking for those participants to be offside in those highs and those lows, right? Yeah, so we have an agreement between on price. We have a value area that we are trading in. So when we push away from those areas, we're going to be looking for these traders to fail to shift value because we're in a balanced day. We should look for the same, right? And so when we recover our edges, we should then expect that we are going to rotate back up to our highs where there's been an agreement already established on price between our two areas of value. So on a day where I have identified as balance and we are in a strong rotation between 2 points, we can do something like this, where we identify our value edges, right? And what we're looking for is looks outside of value and then looks back in for rotations through, right? Do we see this playing out over and over again on both our highs and our lows here? Yeah, okay, great. So when you ask me, you don't understand why price is holding an area, it's because there's a buyer there, right? Like, it's always going to be the answer. We're holding here because there's a buyer and there's a seller, and they've agreed upon price, right? Like that's your first question and your first answer. So until we see a shift from these participants who are in these areas, we should continue to maintain an understanding that we will rotate in between them, right? We don't have control over that. We have to play around the participants that are in the market. So what we can do is then figure out how to best utilize that information, right? And that's by understanding and finding our edges of where we're seeing these interactions, that flip of that bid, flip of the buyer, right? So we know that when we come down for liquidity into our reversion point, we're looking for the bid to come back in and get back into this balance for rotations up. And when we fail at our highs and we look over and then we see that lower high come in, we're going to be looking for rotations back down. Looking for the bid, looking for buyers. So on a DOM, you have 2 columns. Yeah, bid and an ask. So when I say you're looking for the bid, what's on the left side? Bids, right? Buyers. So we're looking for the bid to step up. Price doesn't move in a straight line, right? It moves like this. And it moves like this. This is the bid moving up. This is the seller or the offer moving down. So you say bids and offer, right? Yeah, I'm just telling you, like, price, an individual price point is just it's just the price agreed upon between the bid and the offer, right? That gives you an individual price. So between the bid and the offer, at any given point, we have, right, like this is what my NQ DOM looks like right now. We have a bid and we have an offer, and then we have a price point. And this price point is the mid between our bid and our offer, and that's our spread. That's what that's called. It's not even for my lingo. This is just standardized. These are words that are, I haven't like made up words. These are just the words that they're real words. I don't know how else. Like these are bids, these are buyers, and these are sellers on the offer. And this is the spread, and this is the price point, the mid price between this buyer and this seller, giving you your best possible price, right? And there's an agreement. We know that there are 2 sellers here that want to sell at this price. We know there are 12 sellers here who want to sell at this price. We know that there are 10 sellers here that want to sell at this price, right? And that creates an offer at all of these prices where we have liquidity
Wall Street's,
that can be found on
so
here.
take a look
right?
at the
Just like
market
we
graph
have
for the US
buyers
session.
here.
Wall Street's epic recovery from April's meltdown is showing signs of exhaustion, with speculation that stocks have run too fast amid risks ranging from a trade war to an economic slowdown and sticky inflation.
Right. So as price
Following a 22% increase from last month's intraday lows.
So if we understand that
the
we
S&P
have
500 fluctuated. Most major groups declined, but big tech rose. Boeing gained after winning its largest ever deal with Qatar Airways, ordering long-range jets during Trump's visit to Doha. The dollar recovered losses.
He's not done. I know he's not done.
After reports that the US is not working to include currency policy pledges in trade agreements. Bond yields rose as the Federal Reserve rate cut bets faded. A sharp rebound in risk assets, fueled by progress in trade discussions and economic resilience, came after a month which the consensus was to brace for the worst. The US-China truce, a UK agreement, and high-profile Gulf deals have reassured investors, but there is still concern that stocks have become overextended and are vulnerable to surprises. The S&P 500 increased by 0.1%, the Nasdaq 100 gained 0.6%, the Dow Jones Industrial Average declined 0.2%. A gauge of the Magnificent Seven megacaps rose 1.7%. Cisco issued a strong revenue forecast late in the day, and the yield on the 10-year Treasury rose 7 base points to 4.53%. The dollar remained relatively stable.
Okay, that's actually the end of it. All right, so if we understand that price doesn't move in a straight line, and we understand that there's liquidity at different levels, right? We can see 2 buyers here, we can see 5 buyers here, we can see 6 buyers here, we can see 12 buyers at 404. Does it make sense in your head now that price moves like this if we're going for these areas of liquidity, right? So if I was going to put this on a DOM, right, we've got a buyer here and we're rotating up, right? We've got a buyer here rotating up. Oh, we made a seller into here. Okay, we've got to see if the bid's going to move up. Oh, we've got another seller here. We're going to rotate up, right? So when I say that there's an offer and that there's a bid, we're watching the DOM move and these orders move on the DOM and seeing where that liquidity is located, right? If we understand that price doesn't move in a straight line, and that it is an agreement between a buyer and a seller, or the bid and the offer, that gives us our price point, right? Our candles. So we are going to be watching where that bid is resting and where that offer is resting and where it shifts, right? If we saw a big seller here into this 404 that was getting filled and it was holding its resistance, and then we see price step over this guy at 404, and then we see the bid, the shift to buyers here on this side of the tape, of the DOM, right? And this is now where the bid is resting, and we're now holding that area as supportive as we come up. What is that telling you? Is that a shift potentially? If that seller is no longer there and that buyer is now willing to buy there, that's a shift that we should care about, right? If there was a lot of volume being transacted there.
House panel approves Medicaid insurance cuts in Trump's tax bill.
Yeah, so right. So if we see lots of interactions at this level and we see price continuing to fail to push over, right? And we see that liquidity continuing to be put there at that 404 over and over and over again. And every attempt is basically just someone getting filled a bit higher, right? Because there's only so much liquidity at a given level. So we're going to go up into this seller at 405.50 and fill him. And then if like buyers can't shift this, right, we're going to get choppy action up here. But the result is the same, right? All we're doing is filling all of this liquidity here and nothing is shifted in our value, right? This is still where sellers are resting, basically, just in this upper zone. But what happens, let's say, if the bid stepped up into this area and then this became supportive here, right? Instead of like really rejecting hard off of this and then coming back down to these buyers that are down here, let's say that the bid steps up and we start to see action that looks more so something like this, right? Okay, so we go like choppy, choppy. All we're doing is filling sell orders. The bid isn't able to really do much. We're seeing strong reactions off of it. What's the difference when we start to actually flip that? What is it going to look like? Well, we want to see these areas where the sellers were located before. On these attempts, when we go up, all we're doing is finding new liquidity and then pushing away from it, right? But when the bid is stepping up, we're going to see something more so like this. Sorry, this is a much better visualization than the one I was drawing before. Right? This is a shift from these sellers just getting filled and then rotating us down to now these sellers no longer being present and our buyer now holding this area as supportive, right? And we can visually see that on the DOM by where limits are resting. Exactly, resistance turns into support, right? But to understand what resistance and what support is, you have to understand how price is interacting, which is what I'm trying to walk you through right now, right? It's not just like a random line, it's liquidity, right? It's where these sellers are getting filled. So if these sellers are no longer getting filled here, and now buyers are getting filled here, and they're able to hold this, that's a pretty good sign that this level is no longer our seller, and that we're going to want to go higher, right? So where's our next seller? Well, we can visualize that on the DOM, right? There's probably a new liquidity now resting much higher on the DOM. That's showing, right? There's going to be more contracts up here, maybe into 410, 415. So we can then look for that area as where we're headed now that we've taken out this seller and this buyer is now present here, right? Hold on. Okay. I'm holding on. It doesn't mean anything in any particular order, right? Like there's no, like, I can't give you a straight answer. It means a couple things, right? Like they could, that is a, if there are lots of sellers, right? Lots of big orders on the ask there, that is going to usually act as a magnet, right? This is where they want to be filled. So they're telling, they are advertising where they want to be filled. When lots of big orders go on, let's say at this 590, and we see a mass order here, this is where they're advertising they want price to go and they want to be filled at, right? That's what that is. Price is merely it's an advertisement. So when people are putting limits on, they're advertising where they want price to go and where they want to be filled. But just because they're here at that current place doesn't mean that they're going to actually fill said orders, right? They could just pull them off. They could say, never mind. And when we get up there, they could say, fuck it, right? Or they could have a big sell here and get filled into this and then sell away from it before we actually get there, right? But what this is telling you is where that value is being perceived at that moment, right? So it's just an advertisement for where price can go. It is where the liquidity is resting. Yeah. I wouldn't worry about spoofing or any of that. Like, right, we're just trying to go over basic concepts right now of how price moves. But like, yes, that is something that they could be doing. Or iceberging, right? Like these are all things that are very possible. But when we're just looking at the DOM, I'm just trying to make sure that you have a basic understanding of how price operates. Right? Because this is the fundamentals, this is the foundation for everything. Once you realize that the market is an auction and that you have agreements between buyers and sellers, and when we overtake said sellers or overtake said buyers, price moves, and then we go to a new area of liquidity, right? Like that's how the market moves. That's the basics. So I want to make sure you have that down. So when we see something like this occur, right? This failure from sellers to shift value and the bid stepping back up in actual price action, that looks like this, right? This is a buyer taking in size down here, eating these up, right? So sellers are getting filled, but there's a passive buyer who's down here who's able to eat up all of these sells and rotate price back up. And then we see secondary buyers, so buyers who are now moving up, stepping up on the DOM, and now holding where our sellers were located before. And we can visually see that on the DOM, just like I just showed you example-wise here, right? Of the bid stepping up above where that seller needs to be if we're going to continue down. Once we see that, we can now play off of that area, right? Because we now are getting an advertisement that this seller, we're getting a clue, it's probably a better word, that this seller doesn't want to hold this and continue down, right? We're seeing them get filled into this low. This buyer is still present. That's what that means. And we're seeing that if this seller was serious off this reaction, we would then continue down further, right? We don't do that. We fail there. So what we do instead is we see the bid step up after getting filled here. Secondary buyers then coming in and taking over, reclaiming where a seller was. And then we get a rotation of our value, right? And that's happening over and over and over again. So that's what I'm looking for in the DOM when I say things like that. So the same concept can be applied to our volume profile as well. Or sorry, not to our volume profile, our footprint as well. So if we have an understanding of where we should be looking for this action to occur on our footprint, right? We have defined levels already. Our footprint chart makes a hell of a lot more sense after we have that basic understanding of where these values have occurred. This is such a bad screenshot. It's way too zoomed in. Give me a second. One second. I've got to like finagle this a bit. All right, we're good. All right. So we have a basic understanding of how price moves. We understand that there are buyers and sellers, and that the footprint chart is a historical representation of past price action, right? It's a historical representation of what happened on the DOM. So what we're seeing here are where buyers and sellers were filled on their orders. Can I F12 this? Is that a thing? Is that a command? Is there a way to get like rid of all this so I can make this even bigger? I don't know. It doesn't matter. So what are we seeing in this low? What can we take away from this area? These sellers that are down here. What's happening to them? And what's happening to these guys up here? Yeah, okay, they're absorbed, sure. So we have a bunch of people who are offside in our lows. We have a bunch of people who are offside in our highs. And we can see that because we were unable to go further ahead, right? And we pulled away from that area. So these guys, again, we came down into this low. We saw a very dramatic wick and a push away from that area. And there was a full retracement back up to our highs. So these are now two areas that I really care about when we come back into to test, because I know that the last time we were here, buyers were absorbed and we rotated away from it, right? Ah, okay. So you're starting to see. So why would I care if we know that this is where passive buyers are located who are eating up sellers, and this is where passive sellers are eating up buyers? Why am I trying to fuck with these areas in a trade that is looking for continuation? Why am I looking for more when we come down to these areas without seeing that there's any willingness to trade for more? When you ask me, Like, why aren't we moving above or below that? It's like, well, no one cares about price above this yet, right? It's not being advertised. Sorry, I should really move this over. So like we already identified this guy who's absorbing here into our 400 to 420, right? What happens every time we come back up into that area? Yeah, price rotates, right? So we come back up and we're met with sellers taking in size, right? So these are buying deltas where we're pushing, and all of this price action is just being absorbed. So as we're pushing up, we're just seeing sellers just take in all this, taking it all in. They're more than happy to eat this up. So when we are rotating up, I don't look for anything higher than this because I have yet to see someone care about price moving higher than this, right? My job is to collect crumbs, right? The leftovers between our larger participants, the guy who's sitting here and the guy who's sitting here, right? So our job is to understand that on the higher time frame, this is where our seller is located, and I need to be risking off my longs into this until I see a willingness to trade above, right? And I need to know that there's someone willing to absorb into this low and that we shouldn't be expecting more because this is where we continue to see reversals happen and these guys are offsides below, right? So as long as this guy remains offsides and price continues to bounce from this point, we are just going to be rotating between this buyer and this seller over and over and over and over again until something shifts, right? So that's like your basic step. That's like step one on a footprint is like finding your areas where we're seeing absorption occur and where price is reactive and pushed away from, right? Like that's step one. Those are your main pivots on the day. Then we find shorter term pivots, right? Because there's lots of other deltas here, lots of noise, but we can play around that noise. So how do you know where that something shifts, where one of the players is like, nah, I don't like that price, let's move? Yeah, so that's great question. So what do we see occurring? Let me delete some of this. So scribbly. Let's just go to a new area. All right. So we know when something shifts. Today's not a great example of it because we stand in balance over and over again. But what we'll see is, like, I guess this is a pretty good example. And see if I can find something for you. So you're not going to be able to see this on the 15-minute candle here, but what we have here is a shift in a local auction between this high, right? We see there is a micro auction, which we traded a lot today between here and here, right? This is our 65.75, and this is our 25.35. We're seeing that same absorption occur here on this candle.
According to US
right?
official, Trump is not going to Turkey to join Russia-Ukraine talks.
So I just want to highlight this because I think it's very important. We see a shift, right? So from our original sellers interaction, we see a push down. We then see buyers absorbing some sellers here, right? They failed to push lower. We then push up a bit, offer lowers, and then we rotate down. We then see a seller step in to try again here. This leads to this interaction, right? This is a flip of our pivot. This is now an area that I really, really care about when we retest because I'm now considering this as resistance, right? This is a very clear pivot to me because we shifted below. We saw a seller step in, right? We had a buyer here that absorbed these guys. We can tell because we pushed away from it and took in these lots. Then we have an offer stepping in again, shifting below, and our POC is above. So now I'm looking at this as a secondary seller now trying again to shift this down. And we see that happen, right? So we step below this buyer who absorbed these sellers and then stepped us below, leading to this rotation that's very violent down into this area here. And that's now given us our range for most of the day, which is this buyer here and this seller here, right? We're watching our edges in these areas. So when we actually break out of this, we see something very interesting happen here. We see the same absorption occur again, right? So when we come up again, what happens? We get back into this range, we rotate up, we can see our buyer stepping up here. And what happens into our edge that's already known, where this seller was last? Well, we push into this, and we see this buyer really trying to push through, and they're failing. And then we see the offer stepping down and then rotating this, right? So that's that interaction. What does it look like when the bid actually is able to get through? Well, we can see that occur here. We have a bit of a shift here. Do you see how the offer lowered again? We see how we have an attempt for sellers to lower and fail at this low. These guys in the middle who are now trapped. You see this? They're kind of in the middle of this range between this buyer and the seller, right? They're right in the middle. So they're trying to shift the offer down even further for a breakdown that occurs here. They want another offer down into this low. But what happens if we step over these guys who are now in the mid? Yeah, those two red boxes. Yeah. What happens if we... oh, God damn it. What happens if we step over these guys who are now in the middle of the range after failing at the low? What if a bid steps in above them? What happens if these guys now are potentially going to be offsides and we see a active bid step in above those guys? What is that telling us potentially? Think back to the DOM, right? If the seller is trying here on the DOM, right? We want them to hold that area when we come in to retest it again. Remember what a DOM looks like. So if these guys are sitting in a block here and we're potentially shifting above them, right? Prices pushing in, and we're filling liquidity. But what if we see this happen where the bid starts to step up above these sellers and we're starting to see a bit more aggressive action here where we're taking in that size and prices stepping up slowly? Well, that's our first little sign that we might be going higher off that failure at that low, right? And now there are these people in the mid who are trapped, and now we're seeing that bid step up into our highs, right? Yeah, it's a clue, right? So it's our first clue that because we failed at the low, and now we have participants who are trying not at our edge, but now in the middle of our range, that if we can step over them and show a bit of excitement, because we failed at this low, we now have potentially a breakout that can occur. Delete all this, right? Because remember, what's our idea here when we trade balance? What do we look for? What does a seller need to do in balance to shift it, right? So we have someone who's trapped above, we look back in, we rotate through. We then need to see them put in a lower high, right? That offer needs to step down, and then we need to take out the buyer value, right? This lower edge. We should then see sellers trying to step down again, right? Note that that's kind of in like the mid, right? We're looking for that lower high for this channeling down action. Remember, price moves like this, right? It's not a straight line. So we come back to that bid or that relief, right? Where that buyer is here. We should expect a bit of a relief and then a reoffer, right? At a lower spot. So we're watching to see if that seller is going to step down. So what happens if that seller doesn't have enough strength to push us below this and is now in the middle of this range and we see that bid start to step up above them? Well, we have sellers who are now in at this low and now in at this mid, and now we have a bid that's above both of these sellers, right? So there's a lot of signs now that this seller is kind of screwed. But we still got to get through this, right? So what do we see when we come back over here? now that we've seen this interaction? Okay, sellers are push. It's a little bit hard to see with my my opacity that I've got on. Let me lower this a bit. All right, so we've got our push down. Sellers try to step in. We find a bid here again into our low. We see a push into this. We see our bid step in above these sellers. And then we see them sweep through. And then we see buyers above showing interest on this rotation up, right? Sweeping through this price, trapping these sellers. And everyone was like, what was this candle? This news candle, right? These guys are just screwed. We just failed the lows. We now have bids attempting here. And now we're showing lots of interest to try to sweep this through. And we try to rotate up, right? And where do we go? Well, we go right to where our higher time frame seller is, right? And we're hit with a gigantic wall. Immediately hit a wall right into our 400, right? Okay, so our buyers have tried. They swept through. These guys are offsides. Our secondary buyers stepped in, pushing us up, squeezing us, right? They got excited and they were able to push through this liquidity here. And then we shoot up, squeezing, and we get this single move in like 43 seconds off of this hold to this low, right? But we hit this higher time frame seller here and immediately sell. What happens when we come back to retest our pivot here? Where are sellers trying again? What are they trying to do here? What are we seeing happening? We're seeing them lower the offer, right? So from this seller, we're seeing them now trying again at this edge to move price down. And now they're getting really heavy into this, right? So we met our seller again. We need buyers to be here to push up and retest this area. But this seller is just so dramatic that's up here that what we do is we fail and we get back into this known range that we've already traded. So what happens if this buyer isn't present at this top edge and this seller is able to successfully step us down? Where do we go? Yeah, down, but more importantly, where down? To our known buyer, right? To our value edge, bottom of balance. Right? So as soon as we step back in, this is our balance play that we talk about and our rotation through. And we see that seller attempt again to push us down. Size, slamming this thing down. And we get our full rotation. And it's just balance between buyers and sellers, right? And they continue to try to slam this thing down. And we continue to hold. And with all of this action that's here, on this continued failure at our lows, we pop up. And we push. Yeah, and we go back up to the retest because there's a failure at our low. This buyer is still very present, right? So when we look at this on a footprint, these auctions make a lot of sense, and these bigger participants and how they move the market make a lot more sense. So when we go back and we look at this area, and we've already identified this area, as this balance here, these are these participants that are getting screwed into these lows. And this is our rotation back up into this value edge. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, right? So we can watch footprint to see that size getting put on, and then we can look for that bid on the DOM to step up and recover those areas for those rotations back through, right? And that's balance. It's just the failure at the high and the low. And those traders then being off sides, allowing for price to rotate up. Yo, later motivation. See you Friday, man. So is that, I'm giving you like a very fast introduction to these concepts, but we go over this stuff in way more depth in our classes. But hopefully that makes a bit more sense, right? And like this idea of how price moves and what needs to occur for good trades to take place, of just rotations between our known liquidity, right? And like the failures of what happens on a look above and then a failure, like we know where price is going to go, right? This is all just a volume profile. This is just a D profile. All of the trades that I'm looking for is I'm finding an area of balance and I'm treating it as a D profile. And we know that in a profile, we have a value high, a value low, and a POC. And we expect that if price fails to hold our low and pushes up, we should try to head to our POC as our first target. If we can then hold our POC, we go to our value high. If value high holds as resistance, we're going to rotate back down to our value low. And we'll trade in this value over and over again. If price can recover this value low and rotate above and then bid and then show interest above our value high, then we go and we expand, right? This is the basics. This is the concept of everything. This is everything to me. It's just how we rotate between value. This is 90% of how I trade. And I apply that to lots of areas, right? To our DOM, I apply that to micro ranges, I apply it to the higher time frame. Everything's an auction. So the more you practice those concepts, the easier this stuff is going to get. Here's a chart that I made that I will post in chat. Of this very concept on a profile, right? Of the trades that we're looking for around value, right? These are the things, these are the same concepts we just went over, right? On a balanced day, we expect that these failures at our lows are going to get pushed back in and we're going to rotate through. Right? So when we recover our edge, we should expect these rotations through. If we're above and we're coming back in, we have to respect this edge as a potential support. But if it flips back, then we know where we're headed. We're rotating down. Right? When we enter back in and this value shifts, right? When the bid becomes the offer, we look for that rotation through. This chart's a mess now. Holy. How many times can I control Z before they tell me that there's too much? See what we can do here. Oh, you know what? There's a better way. All right, I'm gonna leave, but this was a good crash course for you. And yeah, if you have more questions, just ask them during the stream. Here's a walkthrough that I did of our indicator period value zones where I pulled that image from. But there's also a full video class that goes over period value zones. But here is a link to a write-up that I did. If you just want to read that. But again, like, everything is just about buy side flipping to sell side, or sell side flipping to buy side, and then being able to identify those areas using our footprint, right? Finding those traders and using our DOM as well to find those flips and seeing that bid step up, that offer to step up into the areas that we care about, right? The areas that we've labeled by identifying them off of our footprint chart. Right? Like all these guys are offsides up here, and we've absorbed all of them. And we shouldn't be expecting more until we are able to push through. And so like once we have areas of interest to watch, or POIs, points of interest, right, zones that we can then play around, that's when we really want to start paying attention as we push into those zones to see our interactions, right? And then the questions we ask ourselves are, has something changed in our range? Has something changed in what's happening currently? Is there a shift? If there is no shift, what should we be expecting, right? If value persists, what should we be expecting? If our value low holds, where's our value high, right? Where's the top of balance? If buyers continue to persist and hold the area that we care about, where are we headed? Right? And as long as we're maintaining in the same auction, we should expect the same. We should expect normalcy. If something shifts, we should know very quickly because we have identified the pivot in which that shift should occur. And then we watch for said interaction to occur. We know what that looks like. We know where we're watching. And then we can watch those interactions more closely in areas that we care about, right? Instead of just watching random, every candle, every tick, we can be very precise in where we want to see interactions. All right, I'm out of here. I will see you all tomorrow. Yeah, of course, dude. Again, like I'm here to help you, but you got to help yourself a little bit first to learn the basics. But if you have questions, just ask me. I got you. You got a little private class for an hour. All right, I will talk to you all tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night for those that are hanging out.